All set. All right. Good morning. Oops. Okay. Good morning. The February 26th, 2026 public meeting of the California Air Resources Board will come to order. Board Clerk, good morning. Will you please call the roll?
Dr. Balms.
Here.
Mr. Eisenhut.
Here.
Senator Flores.
Flores here.
Councilman Guerra. Supervisor Hopkins.
Present.
Assemblymember Jackson. Mayor Locke Dawson.
Here.
Dr. Pacheco Werner.
Here.
Mr. Rechtschaffen.
Here.
Assemblymember Santiago.
Here.
Dr. Shaheen.
Here.
Senator Stern. Dr. Stigler-Granados.
Here.
Ms. Takforian.
Here.
Pierre Sanchez.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. I will cover a few housekeeping items before we get started. We are conducting today's meeting in person as well as offering remote options for public participation, both by phone and on Zoom. Anyone who wishes to testify in person should fill out a request to speak card available in the foyer outside the boardroom. Please turn it into the board assistant prior to the commencement of the item. If you are participating remotely, you will raise your hand on Zoom or dial *9 if calling in by phone. The clerk will provide further details regarding how public participation will work in a moment. For safety reasons, please note the emergency exit to the rear of the room through the foyer. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room immediately and go down the stairs to the lobby and out of the building. When the all clear signal is given, we will return to the auditorium and resume the hearing. A closed captioning feature is available for those of you joining us in the Zoom environment. In order to turn on subtitles, please look for a button labeled CC at the bottom of the Zoom window, and as is shown in the example on the screen now. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone to speak clearly and from a quiet location, whether you are joining us in Zoom or calling in via phone. Interpretation services will be provided today in Spanish for both in-person and Zoom attendees. If you are joining us using Zoom, there is a button labeled Interpretation on the Zoom screen. Click on that interpretation button and select Spanish to hear the meeting in Spanish. If you are joining us here in person and would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish, please speak to a board assistant and they will provide you with further instructions. I want to remind all of our commenters to speak slowly and pause intermittently to allow the interpreters the opportunity to accurately interpret your comments.
Good morning, everybody. Servicios de interpretación van a ser provistos el día de hoy en español, tanto de manera presencial como aquellos que asistan a esta reunión vía Zoom. Si ustedes nos están acompañando utilizando Zoom, hay un botón que dice interpretación al calce de su pantalla. Por favor, presionen interpretación y después seleccionen el español para poder escuchar esta reunión en español. Si ustedes nos acompañan aquí de manera presencial y les gustaría escuchar la reunión en español, por favor, hablen con alguno de los asistentes de esta junta y ellos les darán instrucciones para que lo puedan hacer. Les quiero recordar a todos los comentaristas que hablen de manera lenta y pausada y de manera intermitente para poder dar a los intérpretes la oportunidad de interpretar de manera correcta sus comentarios. Gracias.
Gracias. I will now ask the board clerk to provide more details regarding public participation.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Good morning, everyone. I will provide additional information on public participation for today's meeting. We will first call in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card, and then call commenters who are joining us remotely. If you are joining us remotely and wish to make a verbal comment, you must be using Zoom webinar or calling in by phone. If you are watching the webcast but you wish to comment remotely, please register for the Zoom webinar or call in. Information for both can be found on the public agenda for today's meeting. To make a verbal comment, we will be using the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you wish to speak on a board item, please virtually raise your hand as soon as the item has begun to let us know that you wish to speak. If you are using a computer or tablet, there is a raise hand button, and if you are calling in on the telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When the comment period begins, the order of commenters is determined by who raises their hand first. We will call each commenter's name and will activate each commenter's audio when it is their turn to speak. For those calling in, we will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. We will announce the next 3 commenters or so in the queue, so you are ready to testify when we come to you. Please note, your testimony will not appear by video. For all commenters, please state your name for the record before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in by phone. Each commenter will have a time limit of 2 minutes, although this may change at the chair's discretion. During public testimony, you will see a timer on the screen. For those calling in by phone, we will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. For anyone giving verbal comments today in Spanish, please indicate so at the beginning of your testimony, and our interpreter will assist you. During your comment, please follow any instructions the interpreter provides, and please note your time will be doubled if you require interpretation. If you have additional remarks regarding other topics, please sign up to speak during the open comment public period, which takes place at the conclusion of the meeting. To submit written comments, please visit CARB's Submit and View Written Comments section on the public agenda on our webpage for links to submit your comment. Written comments will be accepted until the chair closes the record. If you experience any technical difficulties, please call 805-772-2715 so an IT person can assist. Thank you. I'll turn the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you, thank you. Before we dive into today's items, as this is the first board meeting of 2026, I wanted to start by wishing everyone a Happy New Year and by welcoming 2 new board members to CARB's board. Miguel Santiago, seated here on my right, was appointed in December to the Assembly-appointed seat on CARB's board. Assemblymember Santiago served in our state legislature from 2014 to 2024, where he held leadership roles including as Majority Whip and Assistant Majority Leader, and worked on issues ranging from environmental justice to income inequality to housing and education affordability. Welcome, Board Member Santiago. Also welcoming Paula Stigler Granados, who was recently appointed by Governor Newsom to represent the San Diego Air Pollution Control District. Dr. Stigler Granados is an environmental and global health researcher at San Diego State University's School of Public Health. Her work focuses on transboundary air pollution, climate science, and environmental health disparities in communities disproportionately burdened by pollution. Welcome. Exciting, exciting. As we welcome these 2 new board members, I would also like to bid a fond farewell to several of our colleagues. A special thank you to Hector de la Torre, who was a tireless advocate for clean air and public health during his 14-year tenure on the board. If he's watching somewhere remotely, thank you, Hector, for your years of service. I would also like to bid a fond farewell to Mayor Todd Gloria and Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg. Thank you both for your dedication to CARB's work and to the health and well-being of the people of California. As we turn to the primary business of the first board meeting of the year, I also want to express my sincere gratitude to each of you. I'm gonna get emotional. The work you bring to this board, your expertise, your judgment, your commitment to the public good is the foundation of the work we do here. And we have our work cut out for us. Many important and challenging topics will be brought to this board this year, decisions that will shape the air we breathe, the climate that our children inherit, and the strength of our state's economy. I look forward to robust discussion and partnership and debate through these issues together, and I want to thank each of you in advance for your engagement and your commitment to this state. The work we do here is critical. The decisions we make at this table will not only matter for the 40 million people who call California home, but for the jurisdictions around the world who are watching what we do. I am proud to serve alongside each of you as we carry that responsibility forward. Awkward pause. The first item on the agenda is item number 26-1-1, public meeting to consider proposed UC agreement with the University of California, Berkeley, titled Equipment Lead Times and Supply Chain Alternatives for the Phase-Out of Sulfur Hexafluoride Gas-Insulated Equipment. If you are here with us in the room and wish to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to a board assistant. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please click the raise hand or *9 button now. We will call on both in-person and remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. This item is listed on the agenda to comply with board approval requirements in Government Code Section 1091 because one board member is affiliated with UC Berkeley. Therefore, board member Shaheen will abstain from the discussion and vote. Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. Dr. Cliff, good morning, Happy New Year. Would you please summarize the item?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, and Happy New Year as well. It's a little bit into the year, but
a little late.
Feels strange, but I love that you did that. Good morning. Sulfur hexafluoride, or SF6, is a potent greenhouse gas commonly used as an insulator in electricity transmission and distribution equipment. In 2021, CARB adopted the regulation for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from gas-insulated equipment to drive down emissions of SF6 from the electricity sector. One major component of the regulation is to phase out the acquisition of SF6 insulated equipment starting in 2025. During the early implementation phase of this requirement, some entities have indicated that manufacturers' product availability and extended supply chain lead times present challenges to complying with CARB's regulatory phase-out schedule. The proposed study will describe and document the manufacturing and supply chain landscape of both SF6 equipment and non-SF6 alternatives based on market data obtained from the manufacturers and other stakeholders involved. The study will characterize availability as lead times for acquisition of SF6 and non-SF6 equipment that are commercially available at present, as well as lead times to commercial availability of non-SF6 equipment under development. This concludes my summary of the item. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from the public who raised their hand to speak on this item. Will the board clerk please call on the commenters?
Good morning, thank you. Rama Reddy?
Chair and board members, thank you very much. My name is Rama Reddy and I represent Pacific Gas and Electric. Oh. Good morning. Chair and board members, thank you very much. My name is Rama Reddy and I'm from Pacific Gas and Electric. And thank you for this opportunity to kind of present our view on this point. PG&E strongly supports the board's decision to partner with UC Berkeley to study the equipment lead times and supply chain alternatives for SF6 phase-out. This is a critical step. As a utility, our responsibility is to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable power to our customers while keeping CARB's California's climate goals in mind. The success of SF6 regulation ultimately depends on whether utilities can actually procure, install, and operate compliant equipment on the timelines required without compromising grid reliability. We believe the study can play an essential role in aligning policy intent with real-world execution, and we offer PG&E's full support in partnership in this work. There are also some key 4 areas that we would like to encourage and recommend as part of the study, one of which is high voltage market readiness. At some voltages, while we see that, we have some products available, but as we go into higher voltages, the technology still remains limited and immature. So the study should clearly distinguish lead times by voltage class and regulatory timelines with the phase out of commercially available technology. The second one is interoperability and standardization. SF6, right now is standardized across all type of equipment and how it's applied. But with some of the technologies available right now, the proprietary glass brands in specialized designs, this raises concerns around when to lock in, long-term maintenance and supply chain resiliency. And these risks need to be clearly understood.
Thank you. This concludes your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes our in-person commenters. We will now move into Zoom. Diane Asuncion, I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning, members of the board and chair. I'm an electric program manager with the City of Santa Clara's electric department, Silicon Valley Power. And while this is a consent item on the agenda, the City of Santa Clara, as a public utility, actively navigating through SF6 GIE procurements and acquisitions to meet ongoing system expansion needs, would like to express support for approval of the proposed UC agreement. We appreciate CARB's effort to assess the specific challenges and supply chain issues the industry may be facing while maintaining compliance with regulatory requirements. SVP would look forward to the outcome of this study and would be happy to participate by way of providing data or any other information to assist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 813. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin. Phone number ending in 813. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, and I believe this concludes our Zoom commenters.
Hello? Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
okay, now we can hear you. Go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so hi, my name is Consuelo, and I am calling in from San Diego County. And I am here today to address the hypocrisy of this agency because it mirrors so many others. You all claim to want to protect California air quality, yet every single day there are airplanes flying overhead, leaving long, lingering trails that do not disappear like normal condensation. They spread.
I think we lost sound on your side. All right, I believe this concludes our Zoom commenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now close the record on this agenda item. Do I have a motion and a second to approve this item?
Second.
Well, everybody's excited on the, yes, New Year energy, great. Board Clerk, would you please call the rest of the roll?
Dr. Bombs,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenhut,
Yes.
Senator Flores,
Flores, aye.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Mayor Locke Dawson,
Aye.
Dr. Pacheco Werner,
Yes.
Mr. Rechtschaffen,
Yes.
Assemblymember Santiago,
Yes.
Dr. Stigler Granados,
Yes.
Ms. Takvorian,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Great, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 26-1-2, public meeting to hear a report on the California Air Resources Board program priorities for 2026. If you are here with us in the room and wish to comment, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to one of our board assistants. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please raise hand or dial *9. We will first call on in-person commenters, followed by remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. Dr. Cliff, thank you for presenting these priorities to us. We look forward to your presentation and the discussion. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. So as is tradition, the first meeting of first CARB board meeting of each year, the executive officer presents priorities for the coming year. And this year, we did something a little bit different. We put out a memo, so for folks online, you'll be able to get this and access this from the agenda, and for board members, it should be in your packet. That was sent to the board on January 28th, and although we've had a few changes to the board since then, hopefully all of you have had a chance to read that. We thought that it was important to still get this memo out in early January. So I just wanted to note that it is a resource for both the board and the public to refer to. So I want to start by emphasizing that our mission to protect public health and our environment has never been more significant. With the unfounded and persistent attacks on CARB's programs attempting to thwart our progress, we must continue to push back and move forward. As an agency, we are extremely fortunate to have the leadership of the governor, this board, and our legislature. Much of the work we are advancing this year is focused on the implementation of laws that advance California's clean air and climate goals. The data are clear that air pollution disproportionately harms low-income communities and communities of color. And as a data-driven organization, we cannot achieve our mission without addressing these racial and socioeconomic inequities. Science will continue to guide our work as we address the real economic pressures that Californians are facing. We have continued to demonstrate this through strategic programs that create market stability and invest in sustainable solutions that prioritize communities most impacted by the harmful effects of air pollution. A major focus area for this year is driving clean transportation forward. Our Drive Forward initiative is launching the next phase of California's clean transportation strategy, combining incentives, outreach, partnerships, and regulations to ensure every Californian benefits from cleaner air and affordable clean vehicle options. We are partnering with other state agencies and industry to advance voluntary programs that accelerate zero-emission technologies and working with DGS to identify opportunities to leverage state procurement and engaging with the public and industry as staff develop the next generation of light-duty and heavy-duty vehicle regulatory and incentive programs. For the off-road sector, we are continuing the development of the next generation of emission standards for off-road engines and equipment, also known as Tier 5, while we implement existing regulations like the Commercial Harborcraft Rule, ocean-going vessels at berth, and Transportation Refrigeration Unit rules, working closely with regulated entities to take advantage of existing compliance flexibilities. We're exploring strategic opportunities to build upon existing regulations and are seeking public input and engagement on developing regulatory changes to rules that will continue to clean up freight. The legislature's extension of the Cap and Invest program to 2045 supports continued investment in pollution reduction, clean transportation, and energy affordability. Staff's proposal, now open for public comment, includes 2026 regulatory amendments to update the cap for 2045, protect ratepayers, and maintain economic and job stability through free allowance allocation to industry. California's 2022 scoping plan identifies carbon removal as necessary to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. SB 905 directed us to establish a carbon capture, utilization, and storage program. Staff are working with other state agencies, local air districts, and the public to develop a regulation expected to address monitoring, reporting, public safety, and financial responsibility that will come to the board later this year. We will be launching 3 innovative tools to support equitable investments that will benefit disadvantaged and low-income communities. CARB is also supporting the sale of E15 gasoline and developing a permanent fuel specification proposal for board consideration this year. We will continue interagency collaboration to address dispensing, storage equipment capability, vehicle compatibility, and labeling. We will also update regional greenhouse gas reduction targets under SB 375, which is designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from passenger vehicles by reducing the need to drive and providing more options for those to travel by aligning transportation, housing, and land use planning. Finally, recognizing that buildings are a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, staff will continue to engage the public on how best to address these emissions through proposed regulatory concepts. A key priority for CARB this year will be to hold our ground and show our resilience by continuing to defend our authority under the Clean Air Act. The legal attacks facing California target core programs that cut air pollution and fight climate change, all while the federal government rescinds critical protections under national law. Our priorities are clear. Move forward under our established authority to set cost-effective, feasible standards to reduce air pollution, maintain regulatory certainty for businesses and communities, and hold federal agencies accountable. We will continue our efforts to address historical inequities and deliver tangible benefits to communities disproportionately impacted by pollution and climate change. Targeted air quality data are critical to serve communities with the greatest need. We are implementing the statewide Mobile Monitoring Initiative, a program supported through funding from the legislature that enhances the Community Air Protection Program by providing block-level air quality data for criteria pollutants, greenhouse gases, and toxics for over 60 AB 617 communities. Staff are also collaborating with the Department of Conservation to implement SB 1137, which establishes health protection zones around sensitive receptors near oil and gas operations, developing performance standards for systems that can rapidly detect leaks and alert operators before nearby communities are impacted. Implementation of the Community Air Protection Program remains a priority for us and the state. The governor's proposed budget provides for $177 million this fiscal year. Beginning in 26-27, there's now ongoing funding for CAP in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which will allow CARB and local air districts to focus on air quality improvements for almost half of California's disadvantaged population. Next, I want to highlight our new toxics strategy. We are developing a unified, forward-looking roadmap to guide our toxics work over the next 20 years and beyond. This roadmap will build upon the existing foundational work carried out by CARB and air districts to identify a path forward for more effectively addressing toxic air pollutants statewide. The toxics strategy will not only shape the future of our toxics work, it will also serve as a model for how we tackle complex, cross-cutting environmental challenges. We couldn't achieve our work without the help of partners across the state. Our colleagues at other state agencies will continue to be critical to our success. And of course, coordination with air districts is more critical than ever to ensure consistent enforcement and monitoring of air quality standards. Considering the federal rollbacks on climate protections and air quality, these collaborations help maintain strong action, safeguard public health, and advance California's climate goals despite weakened national policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. We will now turn to public comment. For those of you who wish to speak on this item, Board Clerk, would you please call on the commenters?
First commenter, I have Nick Blair.
right. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, board members, for the opportunity to speak today. Nick Blair with the Association of California Water Agencies. Our approximately 470 public agency members are responsible for 90% of the water delivered to cities, farms, and businesses in California. As you consider the 2026 priorities, I want to encourage further consideration of funding and incentive gaps of what is available to public agencies more broadly, and in our case, public water agencies seeking to comply with the Advanced Clean Fleet regulation. Today, most available incentive funding is structured towards fleets that already go above and beyond electrification requirements. That approach can work for voluntary programs, but as it stands, public agencies are the only fleets required to comply with ACF, and many are still working to comply with baseline compliance efforts. As I've discussed with many on the board recently, my members are concerned about the availability of vehicle models to meet their needs, and cost is a very real component of that. The recent Ford news in particular was a huge monkey wrench for a number of our members' compliance timelines and plans. Without funding pathways explicitly designed to support ACF compliance, we fear CARB risks slower implementation of ACF, uneven outcomes across communities, and further pressure on public agencies and ratepayers. Our agencies faced high infrastructure costs as well as make-ready construction, utility upgrades, and constrained fleet turnover schedules. So unless this is addressed, it could result in misalignment for us all. I've also brought this up with CARB staff, who I continue to work diligently on with the ACF amendments, and it's been noted that my concern here rised above ACF as a rulemaking, so I'm bringing it here to you today. I think it was kind of addressed in the presentation, but wanted to be sure to bring that up. We encourage the board to direct and align funding eligibility for ACF compliance so public agencies can meet the requirements on schedule, and I believe that this ask aligns with the overarching theme of what's being proposed today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and look forward to continuing work.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Evan Edgar.
Board members, my name is Evan Edgar. I represent the public sector heavy-duty haulers. CARB has been pushing electrification, billions and billions of dollars without guardrails. It's been my tradition to come here every year, twice a year for 4 years, pushing the California Battery Directive, following the European Battery Directive adopted in 2022. Now, what the Battery Directive does is 3 major things. It has battery recycling. There was a bill, SB 615 Allen in 2014, it was vetoed by the governor. Come on, if you're pushing electrification, let's recycle the batteries. Let's adopt that as a priority. Number 2, the carbon intensity by a third party. Now, zero-emission vehicles are not zero. I'll say that again, zero-emission vehicles are not zero when it comes to carbon intensity. We presented a study 2 years ago showing that the charging of the battery is plus 15 and the manufacturing of the battery is plus 5. We're plus 20, but the public is hearing zero emissions. They are not zero. There was a bill 2 years ago, AB 1012, that had that up to direct CARB in order to do the carbon intensity life cycle analysis for batteries. That didn't make out of committee. CARB staff should be was opposing it. They should be supporting it, because I don't think CARB staff can handle the truth. Zero-emission vehicles are not zero. And finally, it's the sourcing and supply due diligence of these batteries. These are blood batteries coming from the Congo, rare minerals, slave labor. Twice a year for 4 years is my tradition to provide that data to staff, and I have deaf ears. Not once has anybody talked about the blood batteries. And I'm up here with environmental justice during the scoping plan of 2022, and they agreed. So everything I talked about today, Environmental Justice Advisory Committee supports this. I try to integrate it into the 2022 scoping plan, but I will integrate it in the 2027 scoping plan. And really, we are driving backwards, not forwards.
Thank you. Nicole Rice.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members. Nicole Rice, President of the California Renewable Transportation Alliance, and happy to be here with you again, and Happy New Year. Always glad to say that also. CRTA fully supports the overarching goal that was just outlined, improving air quality while maintaining economic stability for California's most vulnerable communities. This is exactly why CRTA is urging the board to integrate near-term deployment of omnibus-enabled 50 milligram NOx trucks into CARB's policy and plans, including the Drive Forward heavy-duty strategy. These cleaner combustion trucks are commercially available today because of CARB's leadership. And at this time of regulatory uncertainty, California can leverage them to maintain air quality progress while zero-emission platforms continue to scale. Low NOx trucks powered by renewable fuels like renewable natural gas will not replace the long-term ZEV transition, but they will enable the mission-critical benefits of that transition, which is immediate emission reductions, especially in regions that are burdened by pollution, preventing the 175 tons per day NOx increase by 2037 that staff outlined in its recent update to the SIP. To accomplish this, we respectfully ask the board to do the following. Explicitly include low NOx trucks powered by renewable fuels in your strategic plans, especially for hard to electrify heavy-duty trucking sectors. Provide adequate targeted funding to accelerate their deployment with a priority in non-attainment regions. Affirm the SB1 useful life protections for trucks purchased today under future regulations to restore market confidence, and to continue to work with local districts to ensure they have full access to all of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Sean Edgar.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and board members. Sean Edgar, I'm the Director of Clean Fleets based here in Sacramento. A couple refinements on the program priorities just presented by the Executive Officer. My colleague Nicole Rice did a great job of summarizing. Essentially, we've been stuck in neutral for the last year, and understanding you've got federal challenges, but fleets that we work with, Fortune 500 companies, the refuse sector, other folks that really want to leverage into cleaner fuels are stuck in neutral. So clear guidance from the board. We understand that ZEVs are a priority, but there's really no safe harbor statement, I would say, for corporate America or small companies to want to make an investment into low carbon fuels today. So a clear statement for fleets that want to go low NOx now would be extremely helpful as a refinement. I'm a panelist on the Drive Forward effort. I look forward to participating in that, but we want to get out of being stuck in neutral. Second, I heard the statement about clean, affordable fuels, including E15, and that's great. I didn't really hear any prioritization for renewable natural gas. Just as a matter of fact, renewable natural gas reduces toxic air contaminants. It's zero diesel emissions, right? When I first started working in front of this board 26 years ago, the priority was reducing the public's exposure to diesel exhaust. Renewable natural gas eliminates toxic air tax as it relates to diesel exhaust. So there's really no support for fleets that want to, especially SB 1383 fleets, that can make their own fuel, either renewable natural gas or RNG from organics. There's really no support in the document for any of those fleets, so I encourage you to do that. And then finally, under improving organizational operations, I captured the statement to align spending to statutory mandates, and that should include SB 210. The current CTC, I would clarify it as a fleet implementation disaster. Your vehicle information system, reporting system is inadequate for the public. You've collected over $50 million in fees from fleet operators who want to do the right thing, but you've got a dysfunctional computer system, so I need to have you prioritize fixing that. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes our in-person commenters. We will now move over to Zoom. We currently have 6 commenters in Zoom with their hands raised. I will start with phone number ending in 672. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Okay, so I switched phones. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's echoing. So if you have another laptop.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Because I don't want to be cut off this time because I might be saying something unpleasant. And yeah, I guess I will just start off where wait, before I start my time, I just wanted to say, considering that there are only a handful of people calling in out of almost 40 million people, if you can just give the people a little bit of a chance to try to reconnect, because I really don't know what happened on that last call. And considering that you guys started over 20 minutes after 9, that's very disrespectful. So yeah, Happy New Year. Again, this is Consuelo calling from San Diego County, and I wanted to say regarding this item that if the priority is health of the people, then why is it that we have, sorry, I got to get to my notes. The air quality. Every single day, like I mentioned, planes are flying overhead, and there are things that have been actually tested, like snow and rain, and what they've been tested for was, or what they've found were aluminum oxide, barium, strontium, copper sulfate, potassium iodide, and other nanoparticles. So again, I just feel like this item is, it's all about further control of the government. Again, the priority of the health of the people is just, it's just words. And quite frankly, it's just really sad and disturbing that only a handful of people listen in on these meetings. Okay, I have the next item to speak on.
Thank you. Okay, our next commenter in Zoom, Christian Tapia, and I apologize if I mispronounce any other names. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and CARB board members. My name is Christian Tapia Delgado. I'm a climate campaigner with Pacific Environment and a Long Beach Port community resident. Thank you for the overview of CARB's 2026 program priorities. As the board considers the agency's focus areas for the coming year, I want to underscore the importance of ensuring that ocean-going vessel emissions remain a central and time-sensitive priority. Ports and port-adjacent communities continue to bear a disproportionate share of pollution from ocean-going vessels. OGV emissions are among the largest remaining sources of NOx and PM in the South Coast Air Basin and other port regions, directly affecting public health and regional attainment timelines. Delay in this sector has immediate and measurable consequences for communities living near our major ports. The timing is especially critical for several reasons. First, the international landscape is shifting. Developments at the IMO will influence fuel pathways, investment decisions, and fleet transition timelines. California has historically led in setting standards that shape global markets. If we do not act with clarity and urgency, we risk ceding that leadership and the economic and environmental benefits that come with it. Second, port infrastructure decisions being made today, including terminal expansions, grid investments, and fuel supply planning, will lock in emission profiles for decades. Aligning CARB's regulatory trajectory with infrastructure timelines is essential. Regulatory certainty now accelerates private investments in ZE technologies and cleaner fuels. Finally, communities have waited too long for measurable reductions. Ensuring that 2026 priorities include clear progress on OGV standards, implementation timelines, and enforceable outcomes is an environmental and equity imperative. For these reasons, Pacific Environment strongly urges that OGV emission reductions for in-transit requirements, fuel planning with the CEC, and alignment with green shipping corridor initiatives remains a defined and accelerated priority within CARB's 2026 program focus. The window for influence is open but not indefinite. The decisions made in 2026 will shape the next decade of maritime emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter in Zoom. I have Paul Henkin. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning. Paul Henkin here from San Diego County. Welcome to Ms. Stigler Granados from UCSD. Hopefully this will result in quick resolution of the Tijuana River Valley pollution rather than the political dithering and more studies. Limiting the need for driving sounds rather fascist. AB 1421 for a gas tax study seems to be a good idea, and there are a few other considerations which play into the proposed study. Currently, California collects 61 cents per gallon in gas taxes, which help pay for road maintenance and infrastructure. That revenue has been decreasing as more drivers switch to electric and other clean energy vehicles. Gas car users should not have to pay all the taxes for road repairs. And especially since gas-powered cars are less expensive and used more by lower-income persons, gas-powered vehicles should not be paying all of the tax. EVs and other gas-powered vehicles need to pay a similar tax for fuel. Road user charge on gas, hybrid, EV, hydrogen-powered, or other, if implemented equally, would be fair. But there are two important reasons why there should be a charge on EVs. One, EVs are heavier and damage the road more. And two, EVs also require more extensive fire and medical service if they catch on fire. So I hope that you will help to get this enacted.
Thank you. We have 3 more commenters left in Zoom. Our next is Patricia Añeja. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Añeja. I am the treasurer for Amador's Heart of Gold, a newly formed nonprofit organization. Our purpose is to provide financial, emotional, and educational support to families affected by childhood cancer residing in Amador County. In only the past 2 years, there have been 6 cases of childhood cancer diagnosed in Amador County, 1 new case that we just learned of recently. The limited resources available in our rural county led to the forming of this organization by 2 of the moms of children with cancer, whose goal it is to have Amador's Heart of Gold be the organization families turn to when they have a diagnosis. I urge the California Air Resources Board to have environmental testing be done, as having 6 cases diagnosed in the last 2 years. 3 of the cases are in Ione, with them diagnosed within 8 months of each other, and they live less than 1 mile from each other. Seems to be more than just a coincidence. Per the California Cancer Registry, there were 14 cases of childhood cancer in Amador County in the 10-year span between 2014 and 2023, which is the most recent data they have. Our 6 known cases in just 2 years is an increase of 4.8 times the amount of cases that we saw in a 10-year span. This should be a huge concern. Myself and many others in our community, including the families of the children with cancer, believe there has to be something with our environment. When I spoke at another state environmental agency meeting, an anonymous source reached out afterwards and shared the following. Mule Creek Prison started a coffee roasting program with Cal PIA in 2020. I don't know how the facility operates its wastewater or air emissions, but coffee roasting produces the chemical diacetyl, both airborne and waste products, which would not show up in routine tests. In addition, we have the Cal Fire Training Camp, which have retardants and suppression containing PFAS. Please have our environment tested so that families do not have to endure the trauma that is childhood cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Brent Newell. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am representing Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability today, and I want to first acknowledge and appreciate all of the priorities that have been identified by staff in the presentation and the memorandum that was circulated to the board, especially the environmental justice priorities. There's one environmental justice priority Leadership Council would like to elevate that was not discussed. And this is an important issue in the San Joaquin Valley, where very large industrial dairy operations have a massive air quality impact and climate impact through the methane emissions from livestock waste manure management. Senate Bill 1383, which was adopted back in 2013, requires that CARB achieve a 40% reduction of methane from livestock manure management by 2030. CARB is not on track to achieve that amount of emissions reductions. In 2024, Resolution 2414, adopted by the board, directed staff to begin implementation of or begin regulatory development during 2025. There were no public-facing activities during 2025, and in early 2026, there is an information solicitation that is open for public comment. It is critical that the regulations are adopted and implemented by 2028 as directed by the board in Resolution 2414. So Leadership Council respectfully requests that the board discuss this important issue and direct staff to elevate its priority.
Thank you. Our final commenter, Sarah Deslores. I have activated your mic. You may unmute and begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Excellent. Good morning, Chair Sanchez, board members, and staff. I'm Sarah Delorier, as was mentioned. I'm the California Association of Sanitation Agencies Director of Air, Climate, and Energy Programs, where we represent over 90% of the sewered population of California. And we support and stand in partnership with CARB to protect public health and the environment while also maintaining our resilient, essential public services. For us, that means the wastewater and our collection, treatment, and the provision of recovered resources, recycled water, energy, fuel, nutrients, carbon, and organic matter for improving soil health across California landscapes. We support our fellow organizations in the comments regarding the Advanced Clean Fleet regulations and considerations for which we are working with staff right now, as well as the need for continued work on addressing the impacts to the implementation of Senate Bill 1383. We also work in partnership with staff on the air toxics reductions through the Community Air Protection Program and have since the development of that in 2018 through 2019 and 2021 updates or adoption and updates. We have, as a sector-wide, served as a statewide group in partnership with local air districts and the Air Resources Board in working on a strategy for local governments or the wastewater sector within the waste sector in general. And we just want to agree with and highlight the critical importance of partnerships, especially with the air districts. And we see that you noted that in the memo, appreciate that, as well as the WEHA, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, but very critical to that are your local governments. And so we appreciate that relationship and want to continue working on all of these issues with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our commenters for this item.
Thank you very much. Staff, are there any comments that were raised that you would wish to address?
No.
Thank you. This is an informational item only, so there is no need to close the record. Board members, any questions or comments? Yes, Dr. Bombs.
Just one quick comment. I strongly endorse the priority to look into air toxics better. And, you know, I've been pushing air toxics for a long time. I'm glad you guys caught up with me.
Thank you, Dr. Bombs. Dr. Shaheen.
Thanks so much, Chair. I wanted to just also wish everybody a Happy New Year, particularly Dr. Cliff from the dais here. But good morning, everyone. And wanted to thank Dr. Cliff and the CARB team for the comprehensive overview of our 2026 priorities. The breadth of work underway reflects the urgency of our climate and air quality challenges, as well as the complexity of CARB's current operating environment. I appreciate the continued emphasis on science-based decision-making, affordability, and also equity. Those areas are clearly essential this year. 2026 is not just about setting ambition, but is also about delivering results at scale. So the first item I'd love to discuss with you, Dr. Cliff, and other members of the team is the Drive Forward initiative. So I'm really encouraged to see the emphasis on zero-emission vehicle adoption and moving us forward. But I want to highlight in particular something, Dr. Cliff, you and I have spoken about before, which is the used vehicle market. So most low and moderate income households are actively participating in the used car marketplace, and we know incentives work for new vehicle acquisition. But if the used vehicle market doesn't move, then the fleet does not move. So I'm interested in your perspectives on how Drive Forward will tackle the secondary market barriers, including affordability, financing, and also battery confidence.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. Yeah, one of the things that we're directed to do as part of the governor's budget proposal is to look at used vehicles as part of the incentive program for light-duty vehicles. So that's something that we're working on developing. We're certainly interested in that. I should also note that we still have some funds in the Drive Clean Assistance Program, which does provide incentives for low-income consumers statewide as part of the Clean Cars for All type program. So those are the two opportunities. We've also been engaging pretty directly with manufacturers of vehicles to try and better understand how, for example, vehicles that come off lease could stay in California such that we can continue to get the emissions benefits of those vehicles when they come off lease. And so perhaps ways to continue to incentivize that is something that we could do.
Wonderful. I knew you would be on top of it, but it's such a complex issue, right, with the used car marketplace. I have an additional follow-on question related to SB 375, which I have a great deal of interest in. And looking at 2026 and the regional GHG target update, obviously progress has been made, but VMT, as many of you know, vehicle miles traveled, remains very challenging. And also a companion piece of legislation, SB 743, is uneven in terms of its implementation. So our land use and transportation tools must work together if we are serious about meeting our climate goals. So I'd welcome staff's thoughts on the largest performance gaps and whether more guidance or alignment is needed with 375 and 743, or any other thoughts you have on this matter.
Sure, I'll start, and maybe Chanel would like to fill in. I think one of the challenges that we have with SB 375 is that it's fundamentally a planning law. It encourages those to coordinate the planning with climate goals, but doesn't provide, for example, money for implementation and doesn't require implementation. And so we have otherwise persistent challenges in addressing vehicle miles traveled, in particular because funding gaps exist to ensure that we're implementing the plans, and we know that the options that are available to Californians, and especially affordable options, aren't as plentiful as we would like. So our SB 150 report kind of looks at that on an ongoing basis so that we can determine where those gaps are and how we can better support the planning to implementation. And there have been some real opportunities there. For example, REAP and REAP 2.0 were opportunities to help fund and support the implementation of those plans. SB 743, I think, was an important way to address specifically one area of California law that would otherwise undermine our ability to reduce vehicle miles traveled by, rather than focusing on level of service as a way to understand the potential environmental impacts of a transportation project, instead looking at VMT could get directly at the issue to help better align the goals with one another. So I know that that has been a challenge that many MPOs are facing, and transportation planners and those who are in the transportation space. We're not directly involved in the implementation of SB 743, but are certainly supporting where we can its implementation to help it better align with the state's climate goals.
Yeah. I'd love to hear from you, Chanel.
I'm happy to. I think that Dr. Cliff did a great job kind of laying out some of the challenges that we faced around the implementation of SB 375, and I think some of the challenges with SB 743. I did want to just kind of highlight some of the opportunities that I think we're seeing this year. Some of you may know that the California State Transportation Agency now has kicked off a Sustainable Communities Task Force. I know that. Thank you so much, Board Member Shaheen, for being one of the co-chairs of that. That I think we were really seeing as an opportunity to start to talk with the MPOs, with industry, with a lot of the environmental organizations that are part of that task force to really start thinking about how do we tackle some of these more complex issues around 375. I think as Dr. Cliff mentioned, it is a planning law, but we really are thinking about implementation. We know kind of like some of the things that we need, and can we work together in that space to identify some of those things? And so that to me feels like a really big opportunity. And then I think also, as you mentioned, Dr. Cliff, we do have the 375 targets, as I call them. I think on the slide they were called the regional GHG, targets. Either way, that also feels like another opportunity. I think really one, to get our board engaged, understand some of these issues that we're kind of flagging. We do have a joint meeting with CTC and HCD also coming up, where we'll talk about some of these things as well. You'll hear some of the challenges that the regions are facing, and I think it's a really great opportunity for our board to start to understand and start to think about some of the ways in which I think we can work collaboratively with the regions, with other stakeholders, start to address some of those things. So I do think that the challenges, I think, as Dr. Cliff laid out, are immense, but I do think there's a lot of opportunity this year, and I'm really excited about some of the things that I think we'll bring to the board to really highlight the ways in which we are wanting to work collaboratively on addressing some of those challenges.
Wonderful. Well, I look forward to working in partnership with all of you on these challenges on SB 375. Just in closing, I wanted to also note that I really appreciate the discussion on the budget pressures and the zero-based budgeting that we're facing here. CARB, our success in 2026 will depend not only on strong policy design, but on sustained implementation capacity. So ensuring that our CARB team has the tools and resources is going to be absolutely critical to deliver on these ambitious goals. So greatly appreciate all the hard work of the CARB team, and I really want to be part of this and focus and coordinate and continue engagement across communities in the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. Over to you, Dr. Pacheco-Werner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Cliff and staff. I especially appreciate the calling out of partnerships, because I do think that now more than ever, partnerships are really critical to the continuation of all of our goals. And I do specifically want to do a call out to thank Dr. Cliff, the chair, and staff for all the work that you're doing to sustain and enhance partnerships in the San Joaquin Valley. To that end, I do think that as we undergo new processes for further regulations to bring to the board, including the Tier 5 off-road equipment, that those strong partnerships are going to, and the opportunity for community engagement, are going to be a really critical component to ensuring not just that we have a regulation that's passed, but a regulation that is implemented to the maximum effect, because that's what brings the emissions reductions, right? Not the exemptions, the people that are actually able to implement what we set forth here. And I think that partnerships on the front end can maximize that opportunity. On the SB 375 question, I do also think that continuing to find opportunities, and I do thank Chanel's team for this, continue to find opportunities to expand relationships with local governments is really, really, really critical. And I hope that, and however I can be of help to highlight the successes that have happened so that we can see how those can be applied across jurisdictions, will, I think, help us move forward in a positive direction there. And finally, on the the budget priority issues, I can attest that, right now there are effective programs to ensure critical emission reductions that are zeroed out, right? And I do think that we can't shy away from that and calling it out at a moment where we need every single emission reduction that we can take. So I do look forward to seeing how we can also help in that matter to ensure that those programs receive the funding that is needed to ensure these critical emission reductions in all of our areas across California. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Takvorian.
Good morning, and Happy New Year to all of you. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I really appreciate the preparation of this memo that I think really well represents the board's unwavering commitment to reducing air and climate pollution, despite the assault from the federal government, the current federal government, on our communities, also on our cities and state, and specifically on CARB's leadership. This memo says, and we are saying every day, we're moving forward. And I especially appreciate our continued focus on reducing pollution in the most impacted communities, our low-income and communities of color. And CARB's work provides statewide resources, rules, and guidance, while enabling the local air districts and communities to engage in meaningful ways to carve a way forward that recognizes the unique needs of each district in California. And I've had the opportunity to see those close up with a consultation group on the 617 work along with Dr. Baums. And I've obviously known about that work for a number of years, but I've really appreciated working with staff and and also with community members and representatives to the consultation group who are really empowering communities and moving that work forward. So it's so important that that continue to happen. I think, as we all know, CARB's appropriate focus on transportation sources is critical to our future, and California has certainly accelerated the country's transition to zero-emission vehicles through our rules and our incentives. And while we recognize the setbacks to our regulatory efforts and the budget challenges that we have, I'm hopeful that we will continue to prioritize support for heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles that impact our EJ communities so severely. So perhaps Dr. Cliff can share his thoughts about CARB's plans in that regard. Just want to say two other things, and I before I ask you to comment on that. And I would like to agree with Dr. Baums that reinforcing CARB's work on air toxics and increasing our collaborative work with other agencies, especially OEHA, and their work on CalEnviroscreen, I think is certainly important, again, particularly in EJ communities. So lastly, just gratitude to Chair Sanchez, to our executive officer, Cliff, and to all of CARB staff and our board members who are working so hard to bring these priorities to fruition in these really challenging times. So Dr. Cliff, if you could just talk a little bit more about how you're thinking about how we can move forward in the heavy duty environment, particularly related to incentives, that would be really helpful to me.
Thank you, Board Member Takvorian. Yeah, so a couple of thoughts there. First, we are finalizing the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation consistent with board's direction from last September. So we'll plan to get the 15-day amendments out shortly. So that's one aspect of our work on heavy-duty vehicles. Secondly, we are working on regulatory amendments for upcoming consideration by the board. That's part of our Drive Forward initiative. So we have a Drive Forward light duty as well as Drive Forward heavy duty, and staff has been working with stakeholders to continue to understand what the next phase of regulations will be for heavy duty vehicles. And then with regard to incentives specifically, last year's budget did include funds for the medium and heavy duty vehicle incentive program, HVIP, that would continue to incentivize zero emission heavy duty vehicles. That program did not receive additional funding in the governor's proposal this year, but there is money left in the budget that we're still working on from last year. And then I think, importantly, the board's direction on the low carbon fuel standard was to dedicate the clean fuel reward monies towards medium and heavy duty vehicles rather than the light duty vehicle market. So we're working to stand up that clean fuel reward, or the CFR program, for heavy duty vehicles. And that should be a lot of support, additional support for electric heavy duty vehicles going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Takforian. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to take a moment to echo Dr. Pacheco-Warner's calls for collaborations, especially with local air districts and government entities and agencies. And I also wanted to take a moment to welcome my new colleagues. I'm really excited to have you, join the board. One of my biggest surprises joining the board was people's intense and immediate desire to communicate with me. So welcome to that. I don't think I got as many requests for meetings as I did when I first joined the board. And so that's actually why I want to commend staff on, I think, the final slide. The top priority was transparency and communication. And I think that there's so, quite frankly, little of that going on nationally that we have an opportunity right now to be a role model for appropriate, considerate communication with all of our stakeholders. And I just want to commend Chair Sanchez for her deep-seated commitment to that, and staff for your work, because I think that one of the things I'm proud to serve on this board is because I feel like we are now really listening very carefully to EJ communities, also to the regulated communities, and to addressing their ongoing concerns. So I look forward to seeing the 15-day changes on the ACF, and just thank you everyone for the work. This was a wonderful memo, and I think it sets a great tone for this year.
Well said. Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Board Member Rechtschaffen.
Dr. Cliff, I had a quick follow-up. What is the time frame for the Clean Fuels Reward Program being stood up?
Plan is by summer to have that stood up. Thank you.
Any additional comments, reflections from the board? Welcome, welcome. Yes, please. Dr. Stigler-Granados.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Chair Sanchez and staff, for a very warm welcome. I'm very excited to be here. And I just also wanted to echo what several other board members have said about the air toxic strategy moving forward. As you know, in our border communities and our EJ communities in San Diego County, we're dealing with ongoing public health crisis due to toxics from our wastewater issue and also other issues. And so I really appreciate the fact that we're going to take a deeper look at that, especially considering public health implications of those air toxics. So thank you for a warm welcome and for allowing me to be here to share this experience with you all.
Thank you, thank you. Good. Senator Stern, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say thanks to the new folks here. It's a pleasure to have you all on board. I'm not going to be voting with you, but I just sort of sit here and try not to second guess every other thing you say, and hopefully get us all working together. It's good to have my colleague who I used to serve in the legislature with, and I think that the beauty of these ex officio positions is that we can iterate, and it doesn't have to just be this sort of bilateral process, but that we can be paying attention to the good work you're doing. So for instance, hearing that Clean Fuel Rewards timeline calendar is actually very helpful, because we're making a push right now around heavy duty funding in the legislature, around sustainable freight, and making sure that GGRF is serving environmental justice priorities. So when I hear things like that, I can take it back. So just see me as hopefully a resource here, and yeah, looking forward to the conversation this afternoon. Item-wise, we're on the general points, right? Yeah, so that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. All right, wonderful. Well, staff, let me just echo my fellow board members in gratitude, Dr. Cliff, for you and the entire team in putting together the comprehensive memo, and as Supervisor Hopkins said, really setting the tone for what promises to be an ambitious year here at the Air Board. We look forward to supporting all of your work, to working with our partners, local governments, air districts, in the legislature. Let's rock and roll. With that, the last item on the agenda is item number 26-1-3, public hearing to consider the proposed California corporate greenhouse gas reporting and climate-related financial disclosure initial regulation. A board member has notified the board of the member's need to attend and participate remotely pursuant to subdivision J2 of Government Code section 11123.2. In accordance with that subdivision of Government Code section 11123.2, the board shall take action to approve the exemption and shall request a general description of the circumstances relating to the member's need to participate remotely at this meeting. Board Member Eisenhut, will you please read your statement?
Yeah, that would be me. Thank you, Chair. I intended to participate in this meeting in person today. However, I have a temporary physical illness that precludes my attending in person, and I need to attend remotely. Excuse me. And due to the nature of the illness, I am requesting permission to participate remotely as well, I'm not reading it precisely, but I think I'm conveying the intention to participate due to a limited and temporary disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Eisenhut. Board members, any questions? No. To satisfy the statutory requirements, the board must vote to allow Board Member Eisenhut to participate remotely and count towards our quorum for this item. Do I have a motion and a second?
So,
Second. We are just feeling the year. I love it. Board Clerk, we have a few. Would you please call the roll?
Dr. Bombs.
yes.
Senator Flores.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor Locke Dawson.
Aye.
Dr. Pacheco Werner.
Yes.
Mr. Reckshoffen.
Yes.
Assembly Member Santiago.
Yes.
Dr. Shaheen. Dr. Stigler Granados.
Yes.
Ms. Takforian.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the exception passes.
Thank you. Looking at the lawyers.
Thank you.
We're good to go. Thank you, Board Member Eisenhut. Welcome, welcome. If you're here with us in the room and wish to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to our board assistant. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. There are quite a few who have already done that. Please, we will call on in-person commenters first and then move to remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. To date, California has established robust greenhouse gas reporting and verification programs that have enabled the state to meet and even exceed its emission goals. The California legislature passed 2 bills in 2023, the Climate Corporate Data Accountability Act, Senate Bill 253, and the Climate-Related Financial Risk Act, Senate Bill 261. This legislation was subsequently amended by SB 219 in 2024. These laws are intended to generate greater transparency around corporate greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks. With these climate disclosure laws, California joins other jurisdictions around the world, including the European Union, the United Kingdom, Japan, and others, who have already established similar programs. In addition, since the passage of these laws, we have seen similar legislative efforts in other states around this nation. The proposed regulation before the board today is CARB's first step in implementing these laws and focuses on establishing a fee program to fund program administration as well as a first-year-only reporting deadline in 2026 for greenhouse gas emissions reporting under Senate Bill 253. Principal Deputy Executive Officer Courtney Smith, would you please introduce the item?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. To begin, however, I'd like to acknowledge that those who are recused from this item have left the board meeting room and Zoom, or will do so now. As you noted, Chair, today's proposed regulation is just the first step in CARB's implementation of California's climate disclosure laws, and as such is narrowly focused on three main components. First, establishing a fee program to recover and pay for the costs of administering these new reporting programs. Second, specifying key definitions necessary to assess fee and program applicability. And third, establishing the first year only reporting deadline for SB 253. SB 253 requires reporting to begin in 2026 and directs CARB to determine the specific reporting deadline by regulation. Staff will follow up with a subsequent and separate rulemaking later this year to establish reporting details and deadlines for 2027 and beyond. To inform the development of this proposed regulation, staff has engaged in an extensive public process, which started back in 2024. This engagement included multiple public workshops attended by thousands of stakeholders, the release of guidance documents, numerous meetings with external stakeholders, and the review of more than 1,000 public comments and email. The level of public engagement undertaken by staff reflects the significance of these programs within California's broader climate strategy. This commitment to public engagement will continue through 2026 and beyond, and as we continue to work with regulated entities and stakeholders on program implementation, and as we work to clarify the remaining elements of the law that are outside of the scope of today's proposed rulemaking. Our implementation of these laws aim to take a balanced approach that incorporates stakeholder feedback, including phasing in requirements and making efforts to reduce reporting burdens as the program launches. I will now ask John Chung of the Industrial Strategies Division to begin the staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. My name is John Chung, and I'm the lead staff for this initial regulation regarding SB 253 and SB 261. Today, I'm pleased to present on the proposed California Corporate Greenhouse Gas Reporting and Climate-Related Financial Risk Disclosure Initial Regulation. Next slide, please. California has decades of experience with climate data reporting. AB 32 set the state's first economy-wide emissions reduction target in 2006 and authorized CARB to collect climate-related data. Since then, CARB has built a strong portfolio of climate-related data reporting programs, including the mandatory greenhouse gas reporting regulation and the low carbon fuel standard. SB 253 and SB 261 build on CARB's existing climate data reporting portfolio with the goal of generating greater transparency around corporate greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks. Both SB 253 and SB 261 apply to large public and private entities and require them to disclose their global emissions and climate-related financial risks, not just their footprint here in California. For example, major entities like Apple, Google, Amazon, and PG&E would be subject to these programs. To cover the cost of these programs, the statutes provide CARB authority to assess annual fees on regulated entities. SB 253 requires entities with over $1 billion in annual revenue and doing business in California to disclose their corporate greenhouse gas emissions. The statute also requires these entities to submit their first reports by a date determined by CARB in 2026 with data assurance. SB 261 requires entities with over $500 million in annual revenue and doing business in California to disclose their climate-related financial risks. The statute requires these entities to submit their first reports by January 1st, 2026. CARB provided further guidance on SB 261 as part of a December 2025 enforcement advisory. Many of the key programmatic details are set by statute, such as who reports what and by when. Climate disclosure is no longer a niche policy, but rather a new global baseline. As shown on this map, jurisdictions representing approximately 60% of global GDP have or are in the process of adopting some form of internationally recognized sustainability standard. This shift from voluntary to mandatory disclosures has been driven by investor and broader stakeholder demand for comparable and standardized data to better understand entities' climate impacts and risks. While action at the federal level remains stalled and data is disappearing from websites, California continues to move forward as a global leader for climate data transparency in all forms. Other states are also taking notice of CARB's progress on climate disclosure, with the latest example being the state of New York, whose Senate recently passed the climate disclosure bill. To inform the development of these programs, staff have engaged in an extensive public process over the past year. Staff have held dozens of stakeholder meetings across diverse sectors, such as business industries, non-governmental entities, and other jurisdictions. Before we posted our proposed regulation, staff also released several guidance documents to over 70,000 subscribers, held 3 public workshops with over 4,000 registrants each, responded to over 1,000 email inquiries, and reviewed over 500 public feedback letters. Staff also released a proposed rulemaking package several weeks before the formal comment period began to allow for additional time for stakeholder review. Now, moving on to the scope of today's main item, the initial regulation has 3 major components. First, it establishes a fee structure to recover program costs as directed by the statutes. Second, it defines key applicability terms. And third, it sets a first-year-only reporting deadline for SB 253. The scope of this initial regulation is very narrow, and other program components such as data assurance requirements, supply chain emissions, and reporting deadlines for 2027 and beyond will be covered in a subsequent major rulemaking. Before going over relevant key applicability terms, I want to touch on SB 253 first-year reporting considerations. For the first reporting year, reporting is limited to only Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions that entities are already collecting. Scope 1 emissions refer to direct greenhouse gas emissions from sources that an entity owns or controls, and Scope 2 emissions refer to indirect greenhouse gas emissions from purchased energy. These emissions are typically calculated using activity data that many entities already collect for financial or operational purposes. For example, Scope 1 emissions can be calculated by multiplying the amount of fuel used in a company vehicle by an emissions factor. Similarly, Scope 2 emissions can be calculated by multiplying the amount of electricity or other energy shown on utility bills by an emissions factor. I will now introduce some of the key terms that define eligibility for the proposed regulation. Statutes have revenue thresholds but do not define revenue. After extensive public feedback, staff are proposing to align the definition of revenue with existing definition of gross receipts from the California Revenue and Taxation Code. This alignment represents a straightforward choice as stakeholders support this definition for being standardized across all entities, and it is verifiable through existing California tax filings. Similarly, the statutes do not define what it means to be doing business in California. Staff are proposing to align the definition of doing business in California with certain components of definition from the California Revenue and Taxation Code. For the purposes of this proposed regulation, an entity is considered to be doing business in California if it is organized or commercially domiciled in California, or if its sales in California exceeds the amount set by the Franchise Tax Board. To determine an entity's sales in California, wholesale sales of electricity are not included, consistent with the letter of legislative intent submitted by Senator Wiener and Senator Stern, and public feedback received during this rulemaking. The statutes also allow for parent entities to submit a consolidated report on behalf of their in-scope subsidiaries to streamline compliance. And in addition, staff are also allowing for a consolidated fee payment at the parent level to reduce administrative burden where possible. The statutes do not define parent-subsidiary relationships. Therefore, staff are proposing to align the definition of parent-subsidiary relationships with the existing Cap and Invest program's definition of direct corporate association to maintain consistency across CARB programs. To provide further clarity, staff have worked closely with stakeholders and released public materials to help navigate parent-subsidiary relationships, including a frequently asked questions document with a section dedicated to common scenarios. Moving on from definitions, this slide and the following slide cover a list of proposed exemptions in the regulation. Nonprofit or charitable organizations, as well as government entities, consistent with the statute's intent to apply only to business entities. Entities in the business of insurance, which are excluded from SB 261. The insurance exclusion has been extended to SB 253 to avoid duplication with existing reporting requirements from the California Department of Insurance. Entities whose only activity in California consists of wholesale electricity transactions, consistent with the letter of legislative intent submitted by Senator Wiener and Senator Stern. Entities whose only business activity in California consists of payroll-related activities to avoid capturing those with limited economic nexus to California. The second major component of this regulation is to establish a fee structure, as both SB 253 and SB 261 provide CARB with authority and a directive to assess annual fees. CARB has experience with implementation fees, including through our AB 32 cost of implementation fee regulation. Each entity subject to each program will be assessed a flat fee annually to cover administration and implementation costs. After having explored alternative fee structures, including pursuing an admissions-based fee, the proposed flat fee structure was determined to be the option most streamlined and predictable for the regulated entities. Under the proposed structure, fees for each program will be calculated based on annual program cost and number of regulated entities. Program costs include a loan amount borrowed to fund initial administration and implementation. If there's any excess or shortfall in fees collected for any given year, such excess or shortfall will be considered in next year's fee calculation based on our experience implementing CARB's AB 32 cost of implementation fee regulation. Staff estimate the annual program fee will range from $2,000 to $7,000 per entity, which varies based on program applicability. At most, the fee represents less than 0.001% of the lowest applicable revenue threshold. The last component of this regulation is to establish the first year only reporting deadline for SB 253, as the statute requires CARB to set a reporting deadline for 2026. Staff proposed August 10th, 2026 as the first year reporting deadline, which aligns with the mandatory greenhouse gas reporting regulation deadline and provides each entity with 6 to 18 months lead time after the end of the relevant fiscal year before reporting. Based on public feedback, staff are proposing the following timeline, which guarantees all entities at least 6 months to compile and report. This timeline takes into consideration variability in fiscal year ends to give maximum flexibility. February 1st, 2026 is the cutoff date that determines which year's data an entity should report on August 10th, 2026. If an entity's fiscal year ends on or before February 1st, that entity will report fiscal year 25-26 data and will have at least 6 months to compile and report. The blue scenario shows an entity with the fiscal year ending on January 31st, and as illustrated in the graphic, that entity would have 6 months before the August 10th deadline. If an entity's fiscal year ends after February 1st, that entity will report fiscal year 24-25 data and would have at most 18 months following the end of that 24-25 fiscal year to compile and report. The orange scenario shows an entity with the fiscal year ending on February 2nd, and as illustrated in the graphic, it would have an 18-month window to report its 24-25 fiscal year data before the August 10th deadline. We have received some feedback asking for a rolling deadline. However, a single reporting deadline improves administrative efficiency and predictability for both regulated entities and the state fiscal accounting needs. While entities may use their own fiscal year data, a uniform submission deadline allows CARB to manage oversight and provide information to the public in a more streamlined manner. To further support initial compliance with the SB 253 reporting, CARB will exercise its enforcement discretion for the first-year submissions. The goal of enforcement discretion is to prioritize a smooth phase-in and good faith compliance in the early implementation phase. As stated in our 2024 December enforcement notice, for the first reporting year, CARB will exercise enforcement discretion and does not intend to pursue penalties for entities that were not collecting or planning to collect data at the time the enforcement notice was issued. Likewise, if an entity was collecting or planning to collect data and not obtaining data assurance, CARB will exercise enforcement discretion. This approach of support for compliance over enforcement is similar to approaches taken in launching other new programs at CARB. Beyond enforcement discretion, staff have also released public resources to provide guidance and assist entities with SB 253 compliance. This includes a frequently asked questions document that responds to recurring questions or statements from stakeholders, and additional greenhouse gas reporting considerations. Staff also released a draft Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions reporting template and solicited feedback, and this template is available as an optional tool for organizing data in 2026. To summarize the public feedback reflected in this proposal, staff have not only pushed back the SB 253 reporting deadline from initially proposed June 30th to August 10th, but also accounted for varying fiscal year end reporting considerations in addition to exercising enforcement discretion. Staff also considered exemptions relating to nonprofit and government entities, those in the business of insurance, and entities with limited economic nexus to California. Lastly, staff established definitions in alignment with Cap and Invest program and California tax law. We have appreciated robust engagement from our stakeholders, and we look forward to continuing to engage as we build out other parts of this disclosure program over the next year. With regard to next steps, first, staff recommends the approval of Resolution Item 26-1. Following this hearing, staff will review public comments and respond to them in writing in the final rulemaking package submitted to Office of Administrative Law. If the initial regulation is approved, later this year, staff will implement the SB 253 first-year reporting deadline and shortly thereafter assess fees for regulated entities. Separate from this initial regulation, staff will also initiate the broader SB 253 rulemaking to cover reporting details for 2027 and beyond. Staff will engage with the public on further considerations for emissions reporting, including data assurance for 2027 and beyond, and more public process on Scope 3 emissions. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I will now pass it back to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you very much, staff. Appreciated the presentation and overview. I'd now like to welcome one of our partners in the legislature on this effort, who is here with us today, Senator Scott Wiener. Welcome your remarks.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm very grateful for being here, and I want to acknowledge my partner and for years on this effort, Senator Stern. I'm very happy that we are finally here with adoption of at least this initial set of regulations. This SB 253 is an incredibly important step for California in terms of corporate transparency and in terms of climate action, particularly in an era when the federal government under the Trump administration is doing everything in its power to destroy any and all climate action at the federal level. Even the smallest scintilla of climate action they're trying to eliminate. It is critically important that California lead, and transparency is a critical part of that. And I'm grateful to the board, to the staff for working with us. This has been a multi-year process. Sorry, I'm recovering from a cold, so I apologize for my voice. It took us multiple years and several tries to pass this through the legislature because of a massive, well-funded opposition campaign from industries that do not want to disclose their carbon emissions. They don't want to disclose their footprint because they know that it might not reflect well on them. And we have, of course, seen that same opposition play out here during the rulemaking process. They're trying to get another bite at the apple. And I appreciate the board standing firm that to make clear that the legislature has passed this law. This is the law of California, and the board is implementing it. So thank you for standing strong and for proposing a very solid initial implementing regulation, understanding that there is more work to do. And I know there have been procedural complexities, and I am grateful to the chair, the board, and the staff for working to really implement the intent of the legislature, and I'm excited about this step. One thing I do, the only criticism I have of the proposal has to do with the treatment of the insurance industry. And as noted in the presentation, the legislature's intent with respect to the insurance industry is crystal clear. It was excluded from SB 261, and it was not excluded from SB 253. So the law of California is that the insurance industry is included in SB 253's carbon disclosure requirement. And so I do not believe that the board has the authority to remove an industry that was included by the legislature. Now, I understand the rationale of the proposal, and that is that the Department of Insurance has a process around carbon disclosures for insurance industries, for the insurance companies. However, that disclosure, as I understand it, is not mandatory. It is voluntary. And even though CDI wants insurance companies to do it, it is not required. And so if we have CDI having a voluntary carbon disclosure, and then the insurance industry is then exempt from SB 253 or from these regulations, then we will have insurance companies that effectively fall through the cracks and are not captured. And I also want to be clear that when we passed SB 253, and this was my intent, and we put an amendment in to make clear that we do not want to duplicate disclosures, and we don't want to create make work for corporations that are already doing disclosures. And we have a specific provision in SB 253 that if, for example, another jurisdiction, whether it eventually is the federal government or if it's the EU or another state, requires all or part of what SB 253 requires, then you can simply append that disclosure to another jurisdiction to this disclosure. So if the other jurisdiction and CDI, I believe, would qualify, if an insurance company makes a disclosure under the CDI process that fully encompasses what SB 253 requires it to disclose, then there's no reason to duplicate it. The insurance company, I believe, would simply be able to append its CDI disclosure and satisfy the CARB or the SB 253 requirement. If the CDI disclosure only gave you half of what SB 253 required, you could append that and then supplement it with the other half. So we don't want to create make work or duplication, and so I understand the spirit of what the proposed regulation is trying to do. However, because the CDI carbon disclosure is voluntary, I do not believe it is within the spirit or the language of SB 253 to exempt the industry. And again, if they're disclosing everything to CDI that 253 requires, then just append it. We don't want to create make work, but we do not want to exempt an industry. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you, Senator. I know I speak on behalf of many Californians who greatly appreciate your leadership on this and so many issues. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us today. And I know I personally have appreciated the partnership on this regulation. We'll look forward to addressing the issues you raised in your comment. And I know staff is ready to engage on those as well after turning to public comment, which we will do so now. So board clerks, will you please begin calling on the commenters? I believe we have quite a few.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Public sign-up closure for this item will close in 30 minutes. We currently have 17 commenters in person who have turned in a request to speak card. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names, and I would like to remind all commenters to please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone for our interpreters and court reporter. And I will start with our first commenter, Casey Brams.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. Casey Brahms here with Southern California Edison. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We would like to express our support for the proposed California Corporate Greenhouse Gas Reporting and Climate-Related Financial Risk Disclosure Initial Regulation. We appreciate the ongoing constructive conversations between CARB staff and the utility industry throughout the development of this proposal. Thank you, Senators. The framework presented today represents an important step towards implementing transparent, reliable, climate-related reporting, and we value the thoughtful engagement that has helped shape it. As strong partners in the state's broader electrification and decarbonization efforts, we are committed to continuing this collaborative relationship as the regulation moves into implementation. In particular, we welcome the opportunity to work closely with CARB over the coming year to refine program details, ensure clarity around compliance timelines, and develop working deadlines that support both accuracy and reporting in the state's climate goals. We encourage CARB to set forth SB 253 GHG reporting deadlines that allow companies like Edison International to submit complete, accurate, and third-party verified inventories. Our full inventory can be verified each year no earlier than late October. We look forward to remaining an active partner in this process and to contributing constructively during upcoming workshops and technical discussions. Thank you for your consideration and your continued collaboration.
Thank you. Our next commenter, Tanya Derivi.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. The Western States Petroleum Association reminds the board that the U.S. Chamber and other organizations have filed a federal lawsuit seeking to have SB 253 and 261 declared unconstitutional. During oral argument last month, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals expressed concerns regarding the legality of certain aspects of both laws. Given the significant remaining legal uncertainty, we urge the board to defer any further actions to implement these laws pending final resolution of legal challenges. WISPA supports this legal challenge, but filed comments on the following matters. One, that flexibility for reporting entities to address data availability challenges for the initial SB 253 report should be preserved. Two, optionality for entities to select boundary approaches for reporting should be retained. Three, the proposed record-keeping requirements should be revised to limit burdens on reporting entities meeting an appropriate threshold of doing business in California. Four, the draft Scope 1 and 2 reporting template should remain optional, and entities should be allowed to submit verified emissions data from their own reports. Five, more granular emissions disclosures beyond the aggregated Scope 1 and 2 totals should remain optional and should not be subject to separate third-party verification. Six, limited assurance requirements for initial reports should not be enforced, and flexibility and efficiency in the verification process should be supported. Seven, parent companies should be allowed to make a single combined fee payment for their subsidiaries that are directly subject to the regulation. Eight, all SB 261 related definitions and requirements should be removed from this rule. And nine, the definition of required revenue should not include legal defense fees. Thank you for CARB's ongoing stakeholder engagement and for considering our comments.
Thank you. Next commenter, Dave Jones. And just to reiterate, sign up for this item will close at 11:35.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Jones. I had the privilege of serving as your insurance commissioner from 2011 to 2018, and I'm here testifying in my individual capacity as a resident of the state of California. Thank you for all your terrific work on this regulatory series. I rise, however, in opposition to the proposed exemption, carving out insurers from having to comply with the regulations as it relates to SB 253. Right now, the Department of Insurance administers the NAIC Climate Risk Disclosure Survey. On the face of that survey, it's described as a voluntary risk management tool. And while some companies are reporting Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, they're not required to report Scope 3, and all companies are not reporting all emissions. So there is not duplication. Number two, the legislature did not give you the authority to exempt insurance companies from regulations under SB 253. The legislature decided, thanks to Senator Stern's very able leadership, to include an explicit exemption for insurers to report under SB 261 because there is a TCFD-aligned reporting currently going on. But there's not emissions reporting required, and the legislature in SB 253 expressly did not include an exemption for insurance companies. So I respectfully submit that you lack the authority to exempt insurers from regulations under SB 253 as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions reporting, and we contrary to the legislation to do so. I therefore strongly urge you to strike the language at regulatory section 96071B2, which is within your authority to do so in that regulation is properly before you. There's been comment on that particular provision, and you have it within your authority to strike the offending language, which provides for an exemption that exceeds your statutory authority and is contrary to the legislature's intent. I'm happy to take any questions you might have, and I'm sorry for the rapidity of the testimony, but as I see, I've got 3 seconds left. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Amy Holm?
Thank you, and good morning, CARB board and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I am Amy Holm, Executive Director of the Climate Registry, and as mentioned in our written comments that we've submitted previously, TCR is very supportive of CARB's work to develop and implement the climate reporting and disclosure programs. TCR is a leader in credible greenhouse gas reporting and disclosure, and we bring more than 2 decades of experience in preparing states and reporters for GHG regulation. TCR strongly supports CARB's ongoing efforts to implement the SB 253 and SB 261 programs. The proposed initial regulations being considered today is a foundational milestone in establishing a transparent and robust climate reporting system in California. CARB's proposed fee structure is an appropriate and necessary mechanism to cover the reasonable costs of implementing and administering these programs. TCR is very encouraged to see CARB's steady progress and hopes to see continued momentum on the development of this program. We look forward to ongoing opportunities to engage in this process and greatly appreciate CARB's consideration of stakeholder feedback in the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris Shimoda?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Chris Shimoda testifying today on behalf of the Supply Chain Federation, national trade association representing major segments of the supply chain. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. SCF submitted a coalition letter on behalf of California's goods movement industry, including retail, maritime, trucking, and industrial real estate stakeholders, raising 2 issues. First, given the fee-setting authority in this regulation, we'd urge the board to bring any major changes in the future to fees or associated program costs to the board as an item for public comment so that regulated and covered entities can provide feedback on those changes. Second, we'd ask for a change to the initial reporting deadline from August 10th to December 31st to give reporting entities under the climate disclosure rules a minimum 12 months from the end of their fiscal years to complete data collection, internal validation, and third-party assurance. And these are very complex reports where data lags or situations like mergers and acquisitions can delay reporting. Although assurance is not required for this year's reporting, publicly traded companies will be very reluctant to release any investor-facing information, which these reports are, without having undergone third-party verification. As a substitute, possibly for the 12/31 reporting deadline, we'd ask that the agency consider enforcement flexibility for this first year for companies who face delays in data collection or assurance, but are willing to report to the agency and pay fees on time. So in other words, as flexibility is already being provided for entities who are not collecting data, we'd ask that similar flexibility is provided for covered entities who want to provide CARB the most accurate and third-party assured data possible. This flexibility will be critical now and into the future as these rules and similar rules in other states create bottlenecks for assurance services. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Loper.
Good morning, Megan Loper here on behalf of the American Council of Life Insurers, or ACLI, and we do appreciate the opportunity to comment and thank the staff for their engagement with our industry. The insurance industry has been engaged in climate risk reporting for nearly 2 decades. We support CARB's proposed language in sections 96071B2 and 96072A5 to exempt insurers from reporting. This appropriately recognizes the longstanding role of the California Department of Insurance as our primary regulator. Insurers are already reporting insurance-specific climate disclosure framework that provides regulators with information on governance, risk management, strategy, emissions, without creating duplicative or inconsistent reporting obligations. We look forward to continued collaboration as the regulations are finalized.
Thank you. Jonathan Kendrick.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. John Kendrick, California Chamber of Commerce. We submitted written comments addressing the need for reporting and timing flexibility given the complexity of the required data, as well as some due process concerns, including the absence of a formal mechanism to challenge a determination that an entity is covered by these statutes. Today, I want to briefly highlight 2 legal vulnerabilities that we've seen in the proposed regulations. First, the inclusion of legal defense of this article in the definition of required revenue is incredibly problematic. This appears to be drawn from the AB 32 cost of implementation fee regulations, but there's a critical distinction. Under the COI framework, recovery of legal defense costs is narrowly tied to the defense of the subarticle that establishes the fee collection mechanism itself. Here, by contrast, the proposal would require regulated entities to fund a legal defense of the entire climate disclosure program and its underlying policy mandates. That expansion materially alters the nature of the fee. It risks transforming a regulatory fee into an unauthorized tax under Prop 26 and raises concerns over a violation of the right to petition. It compels the regulated community to finance the state's adversarial legal advocacy against them, regardless of who prevails, creating a systematic chilling effect on the pursuit of judicial review. Now, second, no standardized regulatory impact assessment has been performed. Although the ISOR characterizes this as a limited fee package, the proposal makes substantive determinations as to who must comply and who is exempted from compliance. Those determinations of who must comply and who is exempt drive hundreds of millions of dollars of cumulative compliance costs for those who are not exempted. The annual costs are substantially higher than the $28 million estimated in the ISOR, clearly crosses the $50 million threshold for performing SURIO, and without evaluating that, you don't have the ability to see the economic impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I do want to mention, sign up for this item to speak. We'll be closing in 15 minutes. Our next speaker is Madeline Klein.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and board members. Madeline Klein on behalf of the Dairy Institute of California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Dairy Institute members support California's climate goals and are committed to sustainability. Our comments today focus on ensuring these regulations are workable, legally sound, and flexible enough to avoid unnecessary compliance burdens that do nothing to advance emission reductions. While we appreciate CARB's attempt to align SB 253 reporting with the MRR, the proposed deadline does not create true efficiency as the reported different timelines of data. We support a rolling reporting window tied to a fiscal entity's year, which would reduce confusion and relieve pressure on the already limited pool of third-party assurance providers. We support the flat fee structure for clarity and administrative efficiency. However, fees must remain strictly limited to CARB's actual and reasonable implementation costs, as required by law. We are concerned about the inflation indexing not tied to program costs, contingency reserves retained indefinitely, and the inclusion of litigation defense costs. The proposed daily compounding penalties are excessive, particularly for technical or first-time errors. We urge CARB to adopt proportional one-time penalties, clear cure periods, and distinctions between minor errors and intentional misconduct. We'd also like to stress that there must be a clear, timely process for companies to challenge or clarify their covered entity status. Until a determination is made, fees and reporting obligations should be paused to prevent unnecessary costs and penalties on wrongly identified entities. In closing, we respectfully ask CARB to revise these regulations to improve clarity, stay within statutory authority, and reduce unnecessary compliance burdens so that this foundational rulemaking supports both climate goals and a viable competitive dairy processing industry. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Michelle Savage.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. My name is Michelle Savage. I'm with XBRL US. We are a nonprofit data standards organization with a mission to improve the efficiency, transparency, and quality of business reporting through the adoption of open reporting standards. The standard that we support, called XBRL, Extensible Business Reporting Language, is not a product, it's not a service. It is an open, freely available data standard that enables information to be reported in structured machine-readable format. It is used widely by millions of organizations reporting to more than 130 regulators. In the United States, public companies report in XBRL to the Securities and Exchange Commission, banks to the FDIC, and utilities to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And they've been doing so as long ago as 2005. We support the proposed rule. We see this, satisfaction of the implementation of SB 253 and 261 as particularly critical right now, given the lack of federal programs on climate. My comments pertain specifically to what we believe will be the second phase of rulemaking, which will address reporting contents and format, assurance, and other timing issues. We respectfully recommend that in the next phase of rulemaking, CARB includes requirements for data to be submitted in digital, structured, standardized format using an open standard such as XBRL. Data submitted in digital format is easier and less costly to collect, process, and analyze. Second, data quality will improve because structured, granular data enables automated validation rules to check for errors, and standards establish a common language. Third, this approach aligns with international programs, including the EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and IFRS reporting programs around the world. And last, small entities that do not have global footprint can use spreadsheet-based reporting tools that are adapted to generate data in the same format. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill McGavern.
Good morning. Bill McGavern with the Coalition for Clean Air in support of the proposed rule with one important amendment. We supported the climate disclosure laws when they were in the legislative process and think that their implementation will add an important element to California's pioneering climate program. And at a time when the Trump administration's rollbacks will actually exacerbate climate change and kill thousands of Californians every single year, it's important for the state to continue being a role model for the rest of the country, and climate disclosure is part of that. We agree with most of the choices that the staff have made in this proposal, but we oppose the exemption for insurance companies from SB 253 reporting. As you heard from Senator Wiener, if the legislature had wanted to exempt the insurance industry, it would have done so. It chose not to, and therefore, I don't think it's even legal for you to give them the exemption. Secondly, the rationale for the exemption is inaccurate. As you heard from Commissioner Jones, the Department of Insurance disclosure is not enforceable and not comparable to what is required by this law. We know the insurance industry plays an important role in climate change, so it's important for them to be covered. So urge you to make that change and move forward with implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracina Monaber.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Rashina Mohabir with California Environmental Voters. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today. As one of the co-sponsors of SB 253 and a strong supporter of SB 261, EnviroVoters is incredibly glad to see the initial regulation before the board this morning. This is the first and much needed step in the process of getting these programs off the ground, and it reaffirms California's continued commitment to leading globally on climate. These laws provide a platform for meaningful corporate accountability and transparency on climate change. For consumers, decision makers, investors, and the people of California at large, in the midst of a warming climate and living in a state that boasts the fourth largest global economy, we have to be informed about the climate trends of the largest actors that are doing business in our state. I would also like to take a moment to thank CARB staff for their comprehensive, thorough work to get this regulation developed in a timely manner. Adoption of this initial reg is necessary for establishing a durable administrative structure so both CARB and reporting companies have predictability about the program's operation for years to come. Additionally, with the finalization of key definitions included within the initial reg, this will provide certainty regarding what entities are covered under these programs. We respectfully ask that the proposed exemption of insurers from SB 253 reporting requirements be removed. We understand staff's intent with this exemption. However, I want to echo the comments that were made by Senator Wiener and others in the room today that this strays from the legislative intent of SB 253. Keeping this group of entities included is necessary for thorough reporting from the sector and for preserving the integrity of the program. We are looking forward to continuing to work with staff on the next chapter of regulation for these programs. This rule is a key step for our state to double down on its commitment to climate leadership. I urge the board's aye vote today and thank the board for their climate leadership.
Thank you. Catherine Atkin.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and board. I'm Catherine Atkin, an attorney with Carbon Accountable. Carbon Accountable had the opportunity to develop the original bill policy that became Senator Scott Wiener's SB 253 and played an advisory role over the 3 years it made its way through the legislature. We're also co-sponsors of both 253 and 261. We strongly believe that these landmark bills will usher in a new era, actually laws now, a new era of corporate transparency and provide critical decision-useful climate information to investors, consumers, and the public. The state of California, and CARB as the implementing agency, has long been a global climate and environmental leader and has a track record of enacting game-changing policies. I want to thank Chair Sanchez and the CARB team led by Sydney Vergis for the leadership in developing these initial set of regulations. We very much appreciate the opportunities to provide stakeholder engagement, the numerous workshops, and the templates and supporting documents for companies just getting on a start in corporate disclosure. We think the initial regulations will ensure order and certainty for companies and support the provisions and definition of doing business in California, as well as the fee structure and fee enforcement. Regarding the applicability provisions, we support the proposed exemption for tax-exempt nonprofit organizations and government entities. With regard to the proposed exemption of insurance companies, we support Senator Wiener's proposal to remove the proposed exemption from the regulation to confirm with the statutory language and intent of the law. Thank you, board, and again, staff, for your leadership today. And for what will come next as we here in California provide national and global leadership when it's so sorely needed. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to Tina Andolina.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a statement on behalf of Senator Ben Allen. He sends his regrets for not being able to make it here in person, and I will read his statement. I appreciate the opportunity to express my support for the adoption of the initial regulations to implement SB 253 and SB 256. Today's vote is a critical first step in standing up these landmark climate transparency programs. These laws were designed to provide transparency to consumers, investors, and policymakers so they can evaluate corporate climate claims based on real data. At a time when our state continues to face escalating wildfire, extreme heat, and climate-driven disasters, accurate and comprehensive emission disclosure is not optional, it is essential. However, I am concerned about the proposed exemption for insurance companies under 253. First, the legislature did not authorize this exemption. The statute applies broadly to large entities doing business in California, and therefore the board lacks authority to narrow its scope absent clear statutory direction. Second, insurance companies are not peripheral actors in the climate economy, they are central. Insurers influence capital flows, shape risk pricing, determine underwriting standards, and increasingly drive climate-related investment decisions. Their underwriting and investment portfolios can enable or constrain high-emitting activities. Excluding them would leave a significant portion of climate-related financial exposure outside the disclosure framework. Third, removing insurers undermines the principle of a level playing field and creates an unequal treatment and weakens the comprehensiveness that gives these laws their value. I respectfully urge the board to remove the insurance exemption and encourage the board to work with industry to obtain any Scope 1 and 2 data they may be reporting to the Department of Insurance and to incorporate that into 253 and support the vote today to approve the regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sign up for this item will be closing in 4 minutes. Our next commenter is Jacob DeFont.
Good morning to the board. My name is Jacob DeFont. I'm with Agricultural Council of California, representing 15,000 farmers and farmer-owned cooperatives across the state, ranging from small farms to some of our world's best-known brands. We appreciate CARB's work to implement Climate Corporate Data Accountability Act and the Climate-Related Financial Risk Act. Our members recognize the importance of both, and many are already engaged in voluntary sustainability reporting, emissions tracking, and climate risk assessments. However, the proposed regulation must be workable and reflective of real-world agricultural operations. First, the economic impact of this rulemaking is significant and likely exceeds the threshold of a major regulation. Thousands of entities will face substantial direct compliance costs, including data systems, third-party assurance, and value chain emissions tracking. We encourage CARB to conduct a full and transparent impact assessment so policymakers and stakeholders like us may understand the true cost to California's economy, including agriculture. Second, the proposed August 10th reporting deadline creates an artificial bottleneck. Agricultural businesses operate on diverse fiscal years and often depend on third-party data across complex supply chains. As Scope 2 and Scope 3 requirements expand later in the regulatory process, flexibility will be essential. A rolling deadline or a December 31st submission date would provide more realistic compliance timelines while preserving accountability. Third, the fee structure must remain strictly tied to the reasonable cost of implementation, including litigation defense costs, automatic contingency add-ons, and CPI escalators, risks over collection. Regulatory fees should cover actual administrative costs, nothing more. Finally, enforcement should reflect the disclosure-based nature of these statutes. Clear cure periods, mitigation factors for good faith compliance, and codified safe harbors, particularly for earning reporting years, will improve data quality and encourage compliance, and we thank you for your work on that. For more details, I encourage CARB to look at our public comment letter submitted by a coalition including Agricultural Council of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Schmer.
Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed members. I'm Danish Mir. I have spent over a decade in carbon accounting and corporate sustainability reporting. From practitioners' side, what we're seeing right now is a rapid entry to a world where AI will be reading reports created by AI. In this automated loop, narrative text isn't enough. To maintain trust, data must be fluid across entire value chain, from the smallest upstream vendor to the largest global enterprise. Under such, structured data isn't just a technical requirement, it's a strategic necessity. By implementing a semantic layer like that of Extensible Business Reporting Language, XBRL, will ensure the transparency and auditability that an AI to AI ecosystem requires. It's a digital DNA that ensures information remains accurate and accountable as it moves between machines. Data is fluid across value chains and is easily accessible across upcoming mandates in US and globally in EU, Japan, Mexico, and APEC. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim Carmichael.
Good morning. Tim Carmichael with the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Good to see you, Chair Sanchez and other board members. For those that don't know us, we're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization working on environmental policy in California. Our members are very large employers and labor unions. given the shortness of the testimony, let me highlight just a few key elements. What we like in the proposal is the enforcement discretion, the flat fee, and no assurance requirements in 2026. What we continue to believe needs changing, the calculation of the fees, the definition of doing business in California, the payment and collection of fees, and the deadline for reporting. Let me give you a few more specifics. On the calculation of fees, this is our greatest concern. The Air Resources Board does not yet know all of the costs. They don't have accurate information to determine how many entities will be reporting, and there are still legal issues that need resolving. So we believe strongly that CARB should not collect fees in 2026, so there's more time to fill in the blanks, answer the questions that need to be answered, and to get the fee structure right. Doing business in California, it's a pretty simple phrase, but as we and many others, including your staff, have worked on it, it's more complicated than you can imagine. The proposed definition unintentionally brings in entities without a meaningful connection to California. For example, entities without employees, facilities, or even physical operations in California may be captured in the net of the definition that's being proposed. Payment and collection of fees, we're requesting additional flexibility to allow entities 90 days to pay fees instead of 60. Okay, and the last point is the deadline for reporting. We strongly support the delay of the deadline to December 31st. And thank you to the staff for all their hard work on this.
Thank you. And Dylan Kaylee?
Close enough, thank you. Good morning, and Happy New Year's to the esteemed board. My name is Dylan Kalla, and I'm here with my colleague Joshua Pitak. We represent ECO, an engineering and consulting firm right here in the beautiful city of Sacramento. ECO has been working with California Air Resources Board on the engine certification and emissions compliance side for 26 years. We have multiple existing clients who fall under SB 253 jurisdiction that have asked us for guidance, and we are here on their behalf. The principal concern of our clients is that they do not have internal greenhouse gas quantification and reporting systems in place, and they are concerned about being able to submit anything of value in terms of scope 1 and 2 emissions by August 10th. Now, we've seen the good faith guidance in the enforcement notice and the FAQ 19, and we appreciate it. What we are asking for today is that the board clarify and codify the good faith framework for first-year filing such that companies who fall under SB 253 jurisdiction but do not have scope 1 or scope 2 quantification capabilities at this time can remain on the right side of California Air Resources Board compliance. Our clients need that certainty. Finally, if anyone attending this hearing wants to continue the conversation, my email is dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, @sb253compliance.com. I look forward to collaborating with any and all as we navigate this nascent regulatory environment together. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, and I do just want to say, sign up to speak for this item has closed. Our last in-person commenter is Gilbert Lara.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gilbert Lara, representing Biocom, the largest life sciences trade association, advocating for the pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and medical technology sectors throughout the state. As you consider the initial regulation and prepare for subsequent rulemaking, we want to reiterate the complexities of Scope 3 emissions present a unique hurdle for our industry. The emissions encompass everything from upstream supply chain investments to downstream processing, transportation, consumer use, and the end-of-life treatments for our products. The sheer volume of these data points assessing Scope 3 emissions with true accuracy prove incredibly difficult. To avoid duplicative reporting, we urge CARB to align its implementation and future reporting requirements with existing federal and international standards. Maintaining alignment with recognized global standards will streamline the logistical burden and ensure emissions are reported accurately. Most importantly, it will allow for the continued on-time delivery of essential medical technologies to the patients who depend on them most. Thanks.
Thank you, and that concludes our in-person commenters. We will now move to our Zoom commenters.
The first Zoom commenter is Jake Raskoff. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here on behalf of Ceres, a nonprofit advocacy organization whose investor network includes roughly 200 institutional asset owners and asset managers. We also have a company network that includes more than 50 of the largest global companies and banks. Many of our member companies and investors have expressed strong support for the passage and implementation of these laws. There is substantial corporate demand for standardized and consistent climate reporting requirements, and a significant majority of large cap and mid cap U.S. companies are already voluntarily disclosing information on climate and sustainability risks. More to the point, these California laws are underpinned by the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or TCFD, and in 2024, 65% of companies in the Russell 1000 Index reported in alignment with the TCFD recommendations. I raise these points to underscore the breadth of investor and corporate support for these laws, the market's readiness to comply, and the critical role standardized disclosures play in protecting investors, improving market functioning, and enabling economy-wide risk management. Companies are well positioned to comply with these laws, and now they uniformly request regulatory certainty as they build the internal capacity to comply with them. Predictability is critical to these businesses' ability to make informed decisions and to allocate resources efficiently. I want to applaud the diligent work of the CARB staff in drafting a very comprehensive and workable regulation here, and Ceres urges the board to adopt the regulation. Finally, we noted in our recent comment letter on this proposed regulation that while SB 261 explicitly included legislative text carving out insurance companies, SB 253 did not, so we echo the other comments expressing that insurers should remain subject to SB 253. And in the forthcoming regulation for reporting deadlines in subsequent years, we would encourage a later reporting deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Annabelle Klein. I have activated your microphone, and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Annabelle Klein on behalf of the American Coatings Association here in Washington, D.C. In addition to the written comments that I previously submitted, I'm here to provide the board with the following recommendations regarding the agency's proposed regulations for SB 253 and SB 261 to alleviate any undue burden imposed on the paint and coatings industry. First, businesses within the paint and coatings industry should be exempt from the reporting requirements of both climate-related disclosure laws, as these companies are already subject to a plethora of reporting requirements in both air quality and toxics regulations in the state. Simply put, CARB's proposed regulations, reporting requirements, and fee assessments will negatively impact the paint and coatings industry by piling on additional reporting obligations and stringent fees to companies already operating in the state of California. As such, given CARB's existing oversight of the paint and coatings industry in the state of California, ACA respectfully urges the board to exempt businesses within the paint and coatings industry from these two laws' reporting requirements. Second, ACA believes that the Scope 3 GHG emissions reporting requirement under SB 253 should be disregarded by CARB. As generally understood, these types of emissions are generated by upstream and downstream partners in the chain of manufacturing, and ACA members do not have access to this type of information. As such, extraordinary efforts will be required to obtain this information, which will significantly raise costs for industry. Moreover, this reporting requirement significantly increases the chance of there being double emissions reported by submitters. And finally, echoing some of the previous comments from today, ACA would recommend that CARB extend its currently proposed reporting deadline under SB 253 from August to December 31st, 2026 at the earliest. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next commenter is Saren Taylor. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute and begin. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Saren Taylor on behalf of the Personal Insurance Federation of California and the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today. we submitted a comprehensive letter outlining our support for CARB's proposed approach to exempt insurers consistent with the existing statutory exemption in the Health and Safety Code. We believe the regulatory clarification is appropriate to ensure continuity across the climate disclosure statutes, and absent such alignment, insurers will face overlapping and inconsistent climate disclosure obligations at a time the insurance market is already facing extraordinary challenges in California, and we don't want to make those worse. For more than 15 years, insurers have been subject to insurance-specific climate disclosures developed by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, called the Climate Risk Disclosure Survey, and there has been 100% compliance in California. Beginning in 2022, the survey was expressly structured around the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures' 4 core pillars: governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. And to be clear, the metrics and targets section specifically includes disclosure of Scope 1, Scope 2, and when appropriate, Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. You can review those reports right now on the California Department of Insurance website, where there's an online dashboard and historical overview. The proposed regulation appropriately recognizes the elected insurance commissioner's primary jurisdiction over insurance climate disclosures and avoids duplicative regulation while preserving robust climate risk oversight through the existing insurance regulatory framework. And lastly, I'd note that it is also consistent with Section 2 of SB 253, which clearly states the regulations should ensure that emissions reporting is structured in a way that minimizes duplication of effort. Thank you for your time on this important and complex issue.
Thank you. The next commenter is Rick Morris. I have activated your microphone and you may unmute and begin.
Thank you to the board and staff members for your work here. My name is Rick. I'm with Public Citizen, a national NGO with thousands of members in California, around 3,000 of whom have submitted comments to you. We also submitted a letter to the effect of what I'm going to say with 40 organizational sign-ons. So first of all, thank you for your progress in implementing these crucial climate risk disclosure laws that give consumers and regulators the tools they need to assess corporate claims of decarbonization. Research confirms that disclosures prompt statistically significant emissions reductions. And to echo several other commenters, in order to live up to the letter and spirit of the law, CARB must not create an exemption for insurance companies under SB 253, which requires covered entities to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions. There are 3 main reasons why the insurance carve-out must be closed. First, exempting insurers violates the statutory text and legislative intent of SB 253 and therefore exceeds the board's authority, which opens the door to legal challenges. I won't restate what was said by the senator and former insurance commissioner. Second, exempting insurers from mandatory reporting is a terrible public policy, given the industry's central role in driving the climate crisis through its underwriting and investing in fossil fuels. When you look at the financing of fossil fuel projects, insurance is required in order to unlock the giant loans and financial packages that enables them to be built. The insurance industry's reckless response to climate-driven extreme weather in California in particular by raising rates, rejecting and underpaying valid claims, and abandoning whole markets together has been reckless, and Californians deserve better. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your...
Thank you. Next is Jeffrey Crawford. You may unmute. I have activated your microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jeffrey Crawford. I represent Azuri, that's azuri.io. We are a specialized climate, nature, risk, and disclosure consultancy and have been working with standard setters and many covered entities to assess their risk and prepare climate-related financial risk reports. We support the resolution and proposed initial regulations and are appreciative of all the hard work CARB has done to develop this regulation and the supporting guidance. Now, recognizing the enforcement notice and pending the Ninth Circuit Court's decision for companies planning to voluntarily report and prepare for possible future mandated reporting, it'd be very helpful to receive clarification around any formal transitional relief related to the assessment and disclosure of climate-related risk under the strategy section. The greatest impacts and risks often lie in companies' supply chains. Health and Safety Code Section 38533, Paragraph 2 defines climate-related financial risk and includes risk to supply chain specifically, among others. However, under the climate-related financial risk disclosures checklist for minimum CARB requirement for disclosure for the strategy pillar, supply chain or the wider value chain is not mentioned. This might lead readers to mistakenly believe that supply chain risk should not be included in their assessments and disclosures. This appears to be at conflict with the overarching statute. Furthermore, Appendix A of the Climate-Related Financial Risk Disclosure Initial Regulation references the published guidance, but does not include reference to any formal transitional relief related to supply chain coverage, like we see with other national jurisdictional climate disclosure regulations. We support inclusion of supply chain risks, but would appreciate any clarification around this area, including a potential modification, to ensure covered entities can properly meet minimum statute requirements. Thank you very much. We appreciate CARB's work in this area and your continued leadership.
Thank you. Next is Konstantin Parkomenko. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute.
Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. I am Konstantin Parkomenko. I represent Sandia National Laboratories. Together with our colleagues at Lawrence Livermore, we do a lot of good for the country and for the state of California. And I wanted to bring to the board's attention first our written comments, which I do encourage you to read. And second, a fairly large gap and fairly important gap that I hope this body can address. So there has been a lot of talk today about legislative intent. Well, let's ask ourselves, what are these laws really meant to address? These laws were meant to really encourage transparency and designed from the beginning to target profit-oriented corporations. Laboratories such as Sandia are federally funded research and development centers. We don't really have profits. We don't have sales. We don't sell anything. We exist solely to run these laboratories on behalf of the federal government. And the way the law is currently defined, the proposal will, I think, unintentionally include national laboratories such as ours within the scope of these disclosure requirements. But we don't own any property in the state. All the property is federal property. The mission is a federal mission. We have only one client, and we have only one contract, which is the contract with the Department of Energy. So I would strongly encourage this body to take a look at our written comments and carve out a reasonable exception to where we can still perform our mission and are not subject to these burdensome and confusing requirements, which are meant for the industry, but not for national laboratories such as ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Wenger. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you. John Winger here for Corbridge Financial, speaking in support of CARB's proposed insurer exemption. CARB's proposed exemption for insurers is appropriate for this rulemaking because it aligns with CDI's longstanding regulatory role and avoids duplicative and inconsistent reporting. Insurers already report on climate risk. The insurance industry has been conducting climate-related reporting for nearly 20 years under an insurance-specific framework overseen by CDI, covering governance, risk management, strategy, and emissions. Existing insurance disclosures are comprehensive and consistent nationwide. We also believe the exemption should be at the group level. Climate disclosures are prepared on a consolidated insurance group basis and capture subsidiaries and affiliates. So group level reporting prevents unnecessary duplication and fragmentation and currently provides sufficient climate information to the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Don Koepke. I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
Thank you. Dawn Kepke on behalf of the Association of California Life and Health Insurance Companies. ACLIC appreciates the opportunity to comment on these proposed regulations, and we thank staff for their thoughtful consideration of the industry's position. As highlighted in its letter earlier this month, the insurance industry has been actively engaged in climate reporting for nearly 20 years. Therefore, ACLIC supports CARB staff's proposed language in sections 96071B2 and 96072A5 to exempt insurers from reporting, as this aligns with the longstanding role of our statewide elected regulator. Insurers are already subject to a comprehensive insurance-specific climate disclosure regime overseen by the California Department of Insurance, which provides regulators with robust information on governance, risk management, strategies, and emissions. This reporting mechanism covers virtually the entire U.S. insurance marketplace while also appropriately avoiding duplicative and potentially inconsistent reporting. ACLIC respectfully disagrees with the characterization that insurance reporting is deficient and that reporting through CARB would yield substantively new information. ACLIC also respectfully emphasizes the importance of applying this exemption at the consolidated insurance group level. In practice, insurer climate disclosures are often prepared on a group basis and already capture relevant information for subsidiaries and affiliates, including non-insurance entities that support insurance operations. Clarifying in the final regulations that group level reporting to the Department of Insurance satisfies any reporting requirements under the Health and Safety Code for otherwise non-exempt, non-insurance entities simply makes sense. It would reflect the industry's existing regulatory practice, align with statutory intent, and prevent unnecessary fragmentation or duplication of disclosures across affiliated entities. ACLIC looks forward to continued collaboration as these regulations are finalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melissa Strand.
Good morning. This is Melissa Strand on behalf of Levine Strategies. On behalf of our client, the Reinsurance Association of America, we support keeping the insurance exemption in the existing language. Eliminating this exemption would create a duplicate, burdensome, and extensive reporting requirement that our member companies already provide to the Department of Insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Caroline Nagy. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute.
Hi, good morning. My name is Caroline Nagy, and I represent Americans for Financial Reform, a nonpartisan and nonprofit coalition working to lay the foundation for a strong, stable, and ethical financial system, one that serves the economy and the nation as a whole. With the passage of 2 groundbreaking corporate disclosure laws, California is set to bring standardized corporate climate reporting to the U.S., which will allow accountability for firms that are driving the climate crisis and benefits for those who are actually decarbonizing their operations. We thank CARB for this substantial transparency and opportunity to engage and urge you to keep pushing this process along. Companies that disclose emissions to a regulator and the public are shown to decrease their emissions more quickly, so this rule will help mitigate climate change. We support all aspects of the proposed fee regulation except the unjustified exemption from emissions reporting for insurance companies. We are extremely concerned that the board proposes to exempt insurance companies. This would generate a substantial gap in reporting for an industry that is tightly linked to the state's climate-related challenges. For everyday Californians who are impacted by climate change, insurers are perhaps the most important corporate entities that they will engage with and seek transparency from on climate costs and harms. Insurers decide how much consumers' climate costs will rise, if they will be able to keep their home and rebuild after disaster. And they are deeply contributing to the crisis at the same time through their investments and underwriting in fossil fuels. While insurers complain about climate-related losses, the truth is that the industry posted near-record profits of nearly $60 billion in underwriting alone across the country in 2025, and that excludes investment profits. The public is right to seek this transparency and accountability from insurers, and the existing methods are not up to task. CARB must deliver a plan to cover insurers and begin disclosing full-scope emissions as per the plain language of SB 253. Again, we thank you so much for your significant efforts.
Thank you. Next, we have a call-in number ending in 813. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute and begin.
Okay, over here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's see, SB 219, SB 25. Okay, so I'd like to ask, what about transparency with airplanes? Planes that are emitting stuff into the stratosphere. These stratospheric aerosol injections affect us, many here in my county, on a daily basis. And you all speak transparency, air quality. And so what about disclosing why these planes are being allowed to release stuff like aluminum, barium, copper, sulfate, potassium, iodide?
I believe we may have lost your audio.
You have. I'm sure you have. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, it's funny how you keep hearing my audio when I mention things pertaining to what's being released in the stratosphere. So I will ask why it is. Why is it okay for you guys to declare that you care about the air quality when you don't address things that are happening right above us? As I said, it's a pattern with these agencies. You don't care about what the people have to say, and you're prioritizing monitoring the people, managing and even the behavior of the people. And that's what's really happening, Wiener, if you're still in the House. Policies that move us towards tightly controlled, highly surveillanced, and living environments under frameworks under the United Nations agenda for the 21st century. That's what's happening. I want to say this clearly. You are not above the consequences of what you help implement. You are not.
Thank you. The next commenter is Neil Ray. I have activated your microphone. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Neil Perry. I am representing Swiss Re, a reinsurer and primary insurer. Thank you for your time today. I just want to quickly echo some of the points that have been made earlier as it relates to the insurance industry. We do support the proposed insurer exemption by CARB in Senate Bill 253, as well as the exemption already in place for Senate Bill 261, as they recognize CDI's long-established regulatory authority and working to supervise the industry. We support the exemptions for a number of reasons, but first, kind of remaining primarily regulated by CDI would avoid any duplicative or inconsistent reporting requirements. Also, considering those duplicative requirements, the industry has conducted climate-related reporting for about 20 years under an insurance-specific framework that covers emissions, risk management, governance, and strategy, which has been overseen by CDI. And I just want to note, too, here that this required framework, it is required for the U.S. industry, or the insurance industry with direct written premiums over $100 million nationwide. And as a result, this captures over 1,700 companies, making up over 85% of the market, and that share is growing. And those are based off of CDI's figures from 2023. And lastly, I would just want to note that the industry's disclosures are completed on a group level basis, and we would recommend that the exemption apply similarly at the group level. And this would kind of help prevent any of that further fragmentation or duplication. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Moo. You may unmute and begin. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Sarah Polo Moo, representing the California Retailers Association, and we appreciate the opportunity to continue to provide comments on the rulemaking for Senate Bills 253 and 261. CRA is the only statewide trade association representing all segments of the retail industry. The California Retailers Association works on behalf of California's retail industry, a driving force of California's economy, with over 400,000 retail establishments and an annual gross domestic product of $330 billion and 1/4 of California's total employment. The retail industry is committed to the goals of SBs 253 and 261 as amended by SB 219 and has made investments in sustainability practices and appreciates the opportunity to participate in the rulemaking process. We continue to have concerns regarding both SBs 253 and 261, which include the following. Gross receipts should exclude intercompany transactions.
Revenue has the same meaning as gross receipts under Section 25120F2 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code. Gross receipts should exclude any intercompany transactions as defined under Cal Code Regs 25106.5-1B1. Calculation of fees. The current fee structure does not achieve the stated goal of the law because it assesses the fee based on corporate structure, i.e. allocates a fee to each entity or subsidiary that meets the criteria for reporting, not at the level of the organization where financial/investment and pollution abatement decisions are made. Use of definitions is another concern. The California Retailers Association recommends aligning key definitions in the regulation with widely accepted international reporting standards, for example, using the GHG protocol definitions for scope 1 and 2 emissions, defining subsidiary in line with international financial reporting standards or generally accepted accounting principles rather than relying on the concept of influence. CRA's view is that closer alignment with global frameworks would reduce the risk of differing interpretations and support better comparability across companies. And these comments are the newest comments that we've made, in addition to a number of comments we made throughout the rulemaking process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie Jones.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. My name is Stephanie Jones, and I am a senior attorney at Environmental Defense Fund. EDF thanks the board and CARB staff for their diligent work to implement California's vital climate risk disclosure laws. EDF supports the proposed initial rule that is before the board today overall. This rule is a key step in CARB's implementation of programs that will increase the consistency and reliability of public reporting of corporate greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks. Improved reporting will benefit investors, consumers, and the broader public. EDF commends the proposal's incorporation of California tax code definitions, grounding the revenue and doing business in California parameters for coverage in that well-established and widely familiar framework provides reliability, clarity, and efficiency for regulated entities, regulators, and end users of information alike. EDF asks that CARB reconsider its proposed exclusion of insurers from SB 253 emissions reporting requirements, if not in this initial rulemaking, then in subsequent amendments. EDF supports all of the other proposed exclusions, which align clearly with legislative text and intent. In closing, EDF emphasizes that strong evidence supports the benefits of these disclosure programs set forth in CARB staff's initial statement of reasons report. These disclosure programs will indeed provide accurate, comparable, and decision-useful climate information to investors, lenders, insurers, and the public in California, and ultimately result in beneficial reductions in GHG emissions. With climate harms to Californians' health, environment, and economy already present and escalating every year, these common-sense corporate transparency requirements are urgently needed. EDF appreciates CARB's consideration of public input throughout this implementation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a call-in phone number ending in 982. I have activated your microphone. You should be able to unmute and begin your comment. Once again, that's a phone number ending in 982. You may unmute and begin your comment.
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. Yes, I would just like to take note in the record of the fraud, waste, and abuse that's taking place, because you guys are talking about climate disclosures. As one of the callers said before, you can just look at our skies and see the things that are being sprayed. In fact, it's black carbon, human DNA graphing. The list goes on and on with all of the toxic things that are being sprayed and all of the programs that are being done that are also using chemicals and toxic things that fall down upon the people. It's nanoparticulates, in fact, that makes fires, go further and faster burning. And so when you guys are sitting here talking about transparency and accountability and you want to enforce things and have compliance, you guys need to be transparent with the people about what's really going on, because all the data that you guys are collecting is based off of fraud, and you spew propaganda. And so these people believe, or, obviously aren't doing their own research to really understand, because if you're getting data and information from people who are pushing an agenda, then all of the information that you're going to get and be pushing is flawed, because you're not paying attention to the geoengineering and the things that are happening to manipulate the weather. And so you want to, in the times when you guys sit here and exempt things, and then you're sitting here acting like telling the people that making electric trucks like freight into like that's going to help with commerce or do anything. It's actually going to impede it. Have you guys ever talked to drivers that drive those trucks and what that would be like? The amount of weight that they have to pull. And how are you even going to regulate that? People can't even come into California and deliver goods because they don't have an electric truck, or you're just going to charge them so much that people can't even afford the goods that they're going to get. Everything you guys do is inverted. And it's just really sad to see that you can sit up there with a straight face and act like what you're doing is actually beneficial to the people. It's going to save lives, when in fact it's not. It's harming people's lives because you're not telling them the truth. And you guys need to really course correct.
Thank you. Next, we have Denny Ritter. Denny Ritter, I have activated your microphone. You may unmute.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, actually, Madam Chair and members of the California Air Resources Board. My name is Denny Ritter, and I'm here on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. We are the national trade association representing the majority of home, auto, workers' compensation, and commercial insurers. We're here today to support CARB staff's proposed exemption for insurers under Health and Safety Code Section 38532, consistent with the legislature's clear exemption in Section 38533. The statute expressly recognizes that insurers are subject to a distinct and comprehensive regulatory framework under the California Department of Insurance. Extending the exemption ensures continuity and coherence across the statutes. Without this alignment, insurers could face overlapping or potentially inconsistent disclosure requirements, despite the legislature's clear decision to place insurers under the primary oversight of insurance regulators. For more than 15 years, insurers in California have reported climate-related risks through the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Climate Risk Disclosure Survey. Since 2022, that survey has been aligned with the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures and is structured around governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. It already provides regulators with robust, decision-useful, and insurance-specific climate disclosures tailored to the unique risk profile of insurers. Insurance regulation is fundamentally different from other corporate sectors, particularly in areas such as solvency, capital adequacy, enterprise risk management, and group supervision. The Department of Insurance has deep subject matter expertise in evaluating climate-related risks within that prudential framework. Finalizing the proposed exemption will ensure statutory consistency, avoid duplicative regulation, and preserve appropriate insurance regulatory oversight. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Derbs. I have activated your microphone. You may unmute and begin.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Derbis from the Natural Resources Defense Council, an international nonprofit environmental organization with more than 3 million members and online activists. We thank CARB and its staff for their work on this very important regulation. We are in support of almost all aspects of the proposed regulation, but I want to echo the comments in particular of Senator Wiener and former Commissioner Dave Jones and other commenters thus far in urging the board to eliminate the proposed exclusions for insurance companies. The staff report states correctly that SB 261 excludes business entities subject to regulation by the Department of Insurance. The proposed regulation would extend that exclusion to the application of SB 253. As previously stated by other commenters, this is not authorized by the plain terms of SB 253. Other commenters have spoken to the exclusion of insurance companies from SB 261's reporting mandate because they are already subject to climate risk oversight by the California Department of Insurance and are required to report climate risk information. This information is not duplicative of the information that would be required by reporting under SB 253. Eliminating the proposed exclusion for insurers would not result in duplicative reporting. There is no parallel requirement for emissions reporting that applies to insurers that would justify excluding them from SB 253's mandate. And there are, in fact, large gaps in U.S. insurers' voluntary emissions reporting. As the gentleman from the insurance industry said, you can look at the filings made by insurers on the Department of Insurance's website, and you will see that, in fact, 3 of the top 10 California insurers made no emissions disclosures at all. We thank the board for its work on this issue and the staff as well.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Becker. Kathy, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Becker. I'm the Responsible Finance Campaign Director at Green America. We represent over 300,000 consumers nationwide, with quite a few in California. Thank you for drafting the proposed rules to establish fees, timelines, and definitions for California's corporate greenhouse gas disclosure laws. Your work will provide comparable and reliable information on how companies doing business in California are impacting the climate. We do seek one change in the proposed rules. Please remove the exemption from reporting for entities regulated by the Department of Insurance. California is experiencing a property insurance crisis driven by increasing frequency and severity of climate disasters caused by burning fossil fuels. From 2018 to 2023, non-renewal rates in California rose 82%. Home insurance premiums are up 55%, and 1 in 5 Californians are now going without home insurance. Yet even though major insurers are asked to pay for climate damages, they're also contributing to climate change by insuring and investing in fossil fuels. For example, major insurers of LNG export terminals in the Gulf South include Liberty Mutual, AIG, Zurich, The Hartford, Travelers, and Berkshire Hathaway. These terminals will emit 1.3 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases, similar to adding 345 coal plants. As of 2019, the insurance industry had a total of $582 billion invested in coal, oil, and gas. The largest investor is Berkshire Hathaway at $95.8 billion, including the top investor in Chevron. State Farm has $20.6 billion, and so on. These large insurance companies are insuring and investing in fossil fuels at the root of the climate crisis. They should report their Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions under California law. And so for these reasons, we urge you to remove the exemption on large insurance companies under the climate disclosure rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lindsay Battenberg. Lindsay, you may begin.
Hi, this is Lindsay Battenberg with the Clean Energy Buyers Association. Thanks so much for the opportunity to comment today. CEBA is a business association that activates corporate energy buyers to advance low-cost, reliable, carbon-free electricity. Our members comprise 1/5 of the Fortune 500 and include institutional energy customers of every type and size. CEBA strongly supports California's clean energy goals, and our members are committed to ambitious science-based climate action. We're aware that the regulation currently before the board is primarily focused on reporting for the first year of California's program for Scope 1 and 2 emissions. However, going forward, it will be important for CARB to clarify how the California GHG reporting program will incorporate updates to the Greenhouse Gas Protocol Corporate Accounting and Reporting Standard, which SB 253 requires the program to align with through at least 2033. CEBA has been deeply engaged in the ongoing public consultation regarding revisions to the GHG Protocol Scope 2 guidance, which helps companies build the internal business case to pursue carbon emissions-free energy. The guidance is undergoing a revision that may not be finalized until 2027, with an implementation date likely further in the future. Therefore, we urge CARB to allow companies to use the existing GHG Protocol Scope 2 guidance from 2015 for SB 253 reporting through 2033. CEBA and its members are invested in the success of California's climate disclosure reporting. By allowing companies to use the 2015 guidance through 2033, CARB can provide regulatory certainty for reporting entities without jeopardizing the intent or timeline of SB 253. We welcome further dialogue and offer our expertise to help shape solutions that are both rigorous and feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Norwood.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is John Norwood. I'm speaking on behalf of our clients, Zenith, Liberty Mutual, American Fidelity, Pacific Life Insurance Companies, and the Independent Insurance Agents and Brokers of California. In the interest of time, I would just like to reiterate the comments made by APCIA, ACLIC, ACLI, and the Personal Insurance Federation in support of the current exemption for the insurance industry. I just want to add that at a time when California is working hard to attract insurers to return to the California market, the addition of additional and duplicative regulations will not assist in that process. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Next is Abby Taylor Silva.
Good morning or good afternoon now. I'm Abby Taylor Silva with Soares and Conway, representing several agricultural organizations throughout the state. We are just calling in to urge CARB to address a few concerns before finalizing this rule. First, on the SORIA, the regulatory package qualifies as a major regulation under the APA, with economic impacts exceeding the $50 million threshold. We really encourage CARB not finalize this rule without first completing a formal standardized regulatory impact assessment. Additionally, on reporting deadline flexibility, the proposed August 10th deadline will create capacity constraints and inflated costs as thousands of companies simultaneously compete for a limited pool of qualified assurance providers. So we recommend either a rolling deadline based on fiscal year end or a unified December 31 deadline to better align with actual data collection cycles. Additionally, on fee authority, the health and safety code provisions authorize CARB to recover only reasonable costs of administering greenhouse gas reporting programs, not litigation defense. And on enforcement, the enforcement provisions fail to distinguish between willful misconduct and good faith error, and first time and repeat violations. So we really encourage CARB to incorporate graduated penalties, safe harbors, and cure periods to ensure equitable enforcement. These concerns are consistent with those raised by Cal Chamber, and so we urge CARB to please address these items before adopting this final rule. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Andres Verschelden.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, the CARB board and staff. My name is Andres Verschelden. I am CEO of Good Lab. We're a climate consulting and software company working with many companies that are subject to SB 253. In prior communication, CARB has indicated that companies may submit a statement affirming that they were not measuring emissions and had no intention of measuring emissions as of the enforcement notice date, and that such a submission may be accepted in lieu of filing Scope 1 and Scope 2 emission data in 2026. We would like to express concern about the implications of this approach. As currently understood by many companies, this pathway creates a regulatory gray area. A company submitting such a statement is not reporting emissions as required by statute, yet it may not expect enforcement action by CARB. That distinction is significant. Many businesses are subject to financing agreements, procurement contracts, and other commercial covenants that require them to remain in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. An approach that relies on discretionary non-enforcement rather than clear statutory compliance will expose companies to commercial risk. Greater clarity on the good faith option will help regulated entities align their legal, commercial, and operational obligations responsibly. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie Schlia. I have activated your microphone. You may begin.
Hello, and thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the board, for the opportunity to provide public comment today on the proposed California corporate greenhouse gas reporting and climate-related financial risk disclosure initial regulation. My name is Stephanie Schley, and I am the Vice President of Environment, Health, Safety, and Sustainability for the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association. USTMA is the national trade association for tire manufacturers that produce tires in the United States. Our members are committed to continuous improvement of their performance of their products, worker and consumer safety, and environmental stewardship. USTMA would like to reiterate previous comments provided to the board related to fees. We continue to advocate for a revenue-based, tiered fee system based on different ranges of California-specific revenue incomes of the reporting entities rather than the proposed flat fee system tied to program costs and number of reporting entities. USTMA maintains that a tiered fee system would reasonably connect a party's fees to the extent of the party's presence and market access in California. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next is Paul Henkin.
Okay, Paul Henkin here. Hope you can hear me.
Yes,
Hello?
we can.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, thanks. Data gathered needs to be in one digital format that everyone can understand. Otherwise, its value will be limited. People who have to decipher the data may make mistakes or simply not have time and ignore it. No to fees for reporting, especially on partial reporting. If there's a fee, reporting should be complete. It's crazy if you limit reporting to just scope 1 and 2. We should know all emissions, especially the toxic ones. For instance, we should know how harmful things like leaded aviation fuel are. Government limiting reporting to just one or several things is what gets us into trouble, like certain areas needing cleanup while the populations who are really suffering are ignored. And when people look at this sort of partial pollution data, that is a big part of focusing on things which are not as serious, like decarbonization over plastics. And I certainly hope if there are fees, it applies to all businesses, including insurance or things that do not seem to be pollution generators. If they report on climate risk, maybe CARB can simply edit a copy in its report. In reference to Senator Wiener's comments, we know which businesses are polluters, so whether or not they want to hide it should not matter. We have enough resources, like handheld pollution monitors, to verify who's generating what. Another reason why fees are unneeded.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeffrey Gorham. Jeffrey, I have unmuted your microphone. You may begin. Jeffrey, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Gorham, and I'm ACOR's Director of Policy and Engagement. ACOR is a 501c3 national nonprofit organization that works to accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy. ACOR's membership spans the energy value chain, including project developers, institutional investors, corporate buyers of clean energy, manufacturers, electric power generators, retail energy providers, and other stakeholders. We appreciate that this hearing is focused on fee issues, reporting deadlines, and key definitions, and understand that future draft regulations will address additional program details. With this in mind, ACOR wants to provide high-level recommendations for CARB to consider in drafting future regulations. Specifically, we encourage CARB to clarify that companies can continue reporting under the current Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 2 guidance, which was in place when SB 253 was enacted, at least until 2033. In addition, CARB should specify that any updated GHG protocol standards would not be automatically required of reporting entities. Any potential mandatory adoption of updated standards after 2033 should be subject to notice and comment rulemaking to promote transparency and consistency. There are two primary reasons that CARB should clarify that reporting entities can continue to rely on the current Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 2 guidance, at least through 2033. First, the existing Scope 2 guidance is widely in use today. Continuing to allow it will minimize reporting entities' compliance burdens and provide reporting entities with needed flexibility in the early years of California's new regulatory scheme. Second, the existing Scope 2 guidance has a demonstrated track record of promoting investment in clean energy, whereas some of the updates under consideration could undermine existing incentives to invest in clean energy sources. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Chloe Ames.
Great. Thanks, all. Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Ames, and I'm a climate policy advisor with NextGen California. Thank you to the board and CARB staff for all of your work and leadership on SB 253 and SB 261 regulations. We are here today to state our strong support for the timely passage and adoption of these initial regulations to advance corporate climate ambition and transparency. However, similar to many other comments today, we respectfully ask the board to remove the proposed exemption for insurance companies. As Senator Wiener and others have stated, this exemption goes against the legislative intent of SB 253. With this exemption, we urge the board's aye vote on these regulations. This initial regulation is the first critical step in establishing comprehensive climate transparency and accountability for Californians. Thank you for your time and all of your work on developing these regulations.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Zuccarello.
Hello, my name is Mary Zuccarello. I am here today on behalf of As You Sow and as a resident of Monterey County. As You Sow is the nation's nonprofit leader in shareholder advocacy, and we have represented investors on climate-related matters since 2013. As You Sow strongly supports both SB 253 and SB 261. Through emissions reporting, companies come to understand not only the sources of emissions created across their enterprises, but also where efficiencies and improvements can be gained by reducing those emissions, which improves competitiveness. When assessing Scope 3 emissions, companies also gain knowledge about their suppliers and their supply chain risk. While we support both laws, we join Senator Wiener, Dave Jones, EDF, NRDC, and many others commenting today in urging the board to reconsider the proposed exemption of insurance companies from SB 253's greenhouse gas emissions reporting requirements. The legislature did not exempt insurance companies from SB 253. It could have done so, but did not, and we believe that that deliberate choice should be honored. Allowing insurance companies to avoid reporting emissions is to deny critical information to investors, the public, regulators, and the companies themselves. This is especially true given that insurance companies continue to invest in and insure high carbon companies. Their emissions matter. Major insurers hold tens of billions of dollars in fossil fuel investments and underwrite high emitting projects, which represent substantial and material climate risk. The existing reporting frameworks do not require standardized greenhouse gas accounting or cover financed and insured emissions. We respectfully request that the board remove the proposed exemption for insurance companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tyler Hengen.
Hi, thank you. I'm Tyler Hengen, Director of Sustainability with the American Iron and Steel Institute. To start, we commend and thank CARB on its transparency with the development of this program and appreciate the frequent opportunities to provide commentary and engage with the agency throughout the process. However, we feel that it's critical to identify what we see as a fatal flaw that we need to make sure that all are aware of. CARB is proposing to advance regulations that unfairly burden American manufacturers with reporting requirements that don't equitably apply to their foreign competitors. In our eyes, this is completely unreasonable. In the case of the American steel industry, we produce the world's cleanest steel. Of the major steel producing countries, the U.S. has the lowest carbon dioxide emissions per ton of steel produced and the lowest energy intensity, and the industry has not shied away from providing emissions and risk disclosure publicly. Under these regulations, though, foreign manufacturers of steel could potentially evade all disclosure requirements while still doing business in California. To not require equivalent data from foreign competitors punishes American companies who have been doing the right thing all along. Excluding non-US based companies is an invitation for manipulation or deceit. These regulations reward foreign companies that have no ties to the state and simply operate through vendors. A foreign steel company using vendors could sell an unlimited quantity of dirty steel into California with no disclosure requirements at all. Greenwashing and avenues for evasion of disclosure are essentially baked into these regulations. Should California implement these regulations in the way that they're currently proposed, the state will not be able to defensively use this information to support any claims of progress towards climate neutrality. California will be relying on data that is incomplete at best, intentionally manipulated at worst. These regulations will not only fall short of their goal, but will hinder U.S. manufacturing in the process. California can and must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Doreen Deet. You may begin, Doreen. I have activated your microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this initial regulation. My name is Doreen Dite with California Dairies Inc., or CDI. CDI is a milk marketing and processing cooperative co-owned by roughly 280 family-owned California dairy farms. The comments I want to make today in relation to this proposed regulation and their impact on our cooperative are twofold and address why cooperatives should be excluded from this rule, as well as the potential for duplicative reporting if entities such as ours are not exempted. We appreciate CARB's intention to remove this burden from nonprofit or charitable organizations that are tax exempt under the Internal Revenue Code. Exempting cooperatives would be aligned with exempting nonprofits and government entities because they share similar characteristics by operating on a nonprofit basis for a member benefit rather than profit maximization. Therefore, we ask that this definition be expanded to include nonprofit cooperative organizations organized under the provisions of Chapter 1 of Division 20 of the Food and Agricultural Code. To our second point, California dairy farmers have led the way in implementing sustainable practices on farm that reduce our GHG inventories. As such, we use our Scope 3 information as a competitive differentiator for our farms. Publicly disclosing this information removes that opportunity for our California-based farmers to benefit from the reductions they've invested in. We are deeply concerned with the risks this regulation poses for overestimating GHG emissions for agriculture. Our business is deeply interconnected with other dairy processors that will be subject to this reporting. For example, we may ship some of our farmers' milk to another processor. The secondary processor will request our Scope 3 emissions, and both companies will include those emissions in their footprints, resulting in the risk for double counting across our sector. We firmly believe our nonprofit cooperative structure serves as grounds to exempt us from these reporting requirements and protect our California farmers. For the reasons stated above, we ask that agricultural cooperatives such as ours be included in the list of exempted entities. Thank you again. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have two more Zoom commenters. The next is Carl Koser. Carl, you may unmute and begin.
Hello, board and staff. My name is Carl Koser, testifying on behalf of Energy Tag. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, in addition to the detailed written testimony we've already provided. We are an independent clean energy nonprofit, and we hold positions on all three major greenhouse gas standards and target setting bodies, and have advised U.S. policies, including California's own power source disclosure rules, set to begin in 2028. We support the core goals of the proposed regulation, recognizing its focus on moving SB 253 forward and establishing reporting requirements for 2026. We acknowledge that subsequent rulemaking is where reported requirements will be more thoroughly developed. 253 calls specifically for companies to use the Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 2 methodology. We wish to make it clear how important it is for regulations to establish direct coordination with the updated Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 2 guidance, which are currently ongoing and expected to be finalized by the end of 2027. Proposed revisions dramatically improve the accuracy, comparability, and decision usefulness of corporate Scope 2 inventories in line with the intent of SB 253. Aligning with the updated global standard will reduce duplicative reporting burden on companies and ensure the data is genuinely comparable and decision useful. Therefore, Energy Tag recommends that CARB commits to a rulemaking in 2028 to adopt the finalized Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 2 updates and ensure continued alignment between SB 253, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, and a number of other emerging global and U.S. standards for emissions reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last Zoom commenter is Katie Pettibone. I have activated your microphone and you may begin, Katie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. In the interest of time, especially as I'm boarding a plane, I just want to thank the chair, the board members, and the staff for all the work on this. On behalf of the subsidiary Comp West of AF Group, as well as ZERF North America, we would echo the comments of APCIA, FIF, ECLIC, ZERC. Also would like to particularly echo the comments of Swiss Re. We thank you for your time and look forward to further conversations.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes the commenters.
Thank you very much to all of our public commenters and board clerk. We are going to move to a brief lunch, and then we'll come back and ask staff to address the issues raised in the public comment, and then look forward to board discussion and consideration. It is 12:40, so let's return at 1:15, please. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome back to the February 26th meeting of the California Air Resources Board. Hope everyone enjoyed a nice lunch. We are now turning to staff addressing issues that were raised in public comment. As I was listening to the public commenters in the room and on Zoom, thank you for everyone who was able to share their remarks. I think we have three big buckets of issues. The first being the exemption of insurance companies from the Senate Bill 253 reporting. Second being the reporting deadline and timeline. And third being a bucket of legal and litigation questions and issues that were raised. Before we proceed with staff kind of outlining and addressing those comments, I want to ask board members, was there another bucket we wanted to, a fourth bucket? Nope, those three cover it. Okay. Courtney Smith, over to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair Sanchez. Really appreciate the opportunity to respond to much of what we've heard today. So to start, in terms of concerns raised around the exemption for insurance agencies, I did want to first start and thank Senator Wiener for joining us and for Senator Allen for sending staff and for their comments. We too very much value corporate transparency, as does the Senator. In addition to that, we also, as we've worked to put together this regulatory proposal for you, are trying to balance that also with good governance. So that has been our charge and our focus. I think, you know, as we've heard some of the comments and concerns around the proposed exemption, we've also heard, you know, personally some concerning statements for me around CARB's legal authority. And so I wanted to start by just starting there and clarifying that, you know, from our perspective, CARB does have the authority and, frankly, the obligation to be able to implement the statutory direction that we're getting for the full suite of statutes in order to carry out health and safety code that was established by SB 253. Because we do have some new board members, I thought I would just talk broadly about how we approach this. So in instances where there is a legislative mandate and CARB needs to provide additional clarity in order to carry out those statutory requirements, we often promulgate regulations to provide that clarity. And it's in instances where the statute may not be perfectly self-implementing, or in instances where there are gaps. And so it is not only within our authority, but also really our duty to provide that additional clarity so that way regulated entities are able to understand how to comply with those statutory requirements in a way that's consistent and clear. We believe that the proposal that is before you does just that. We propose to exempt not only insurance companies, but also nonprofit entities and government entities in keeping with what we believe to be the full suite of intent that you gather when you read the statutory language. In particular, there's one element of statute that we were really attempting to be responsive to, which led to us proposing the exemption for insurance entities, and that's 25832 CDC, which directly requires that when CARB promulgates regulations to carry out this, that we do so in a way that ensures that the reporting system minimizes duplicative efforts. And so you've heard a lot today about how there is another California state agency that has requirements for insurance companies to provide this data. And so I do want to talk a little bit about that in particular, because I think that there's some misunderstandings around what that program is. So the California Department of Insurance obviously regulates insurance providers in the state. They have been actually very concerned and focused on climate risk for the state of California for a long time. So their disclosure program was established back in 2010. And through this program, they do require, I know we heard some statements about disclosures being voluntary, so I want to be clear that they do require that insurance companies complete a survey, and that survey is focused on not only climate risk elements, but also it does include elements of emissions, and that's one thing I just wanted to make sure folks are really clear on. Their survey is predicated on a long-established reporting regime that was developed by the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. This is a task force that was created as part of a G20 body, so lots of rigor and sets a global standard and best practice. And this is something that the Department of Insurance actually requires their insurance providers to complete. It is a requirement. The elements that contains is broad sweeping. It definitely requests information that have to do more on climate risk. So it asks insurers to respond to climate change, what their response is. It requires them to disclose investments, to talk about the mitigations that they are undertaking, financial solvency, importantly, risk management, and then also their carbon footprint. So they are required to disclose their Scope 1, Scope 2, and if applicable, their Scope 3 emissions. And so because there is this pre-existing reporting framework within the state of California that requires it, we very much felt that it was a duplicative effort to require those entities to report that same information in our program as well. I will also offer that in terms of the scope of entities that report to their program, it is much more comprehensive than what it would be using the statutory thresholds established by statute here. In 2023, they had more than 1,700 companies respond to their survey, which represented over 85% of the entire US insurance market. So very, very comprehensive. And so that is why we proposed to you all that, from our read, we think it's a very reasonable, good governance approach to propose exempting insurance companies from reporting here, given that we already have an existing required framework at our sibling agency. And we want to make sure that we are aligning with that very clear statutory requirement that we avoid duplicative efforts.
Thank you for that, Ms. Smith. If you could outline comments to the other two buckets, I will then close the record and welcome board discussion and questions.
Very good. Yes. We've also heard some comments from folks concerning timing, and in particular a concern that our proposed approach for the deadline for just this 2026 reporting timeframe is insufficient to be able to report. As you probably saw on the slide, we are proposing an approach that has a cutoff based on an entity's fiscal year. And this is because I'm sure you can appreciate that all companies have different fiscal years. And so we did need to make some decisions so that way folks we were able to balance certainly wanting to give enough time for folks with also ensuring that we are getting the public and daylighting information in a timely manner. So the approach that we outline does have that cutoff. And, the 6-month time frame that I know a lot of folks are really focused on, I just want to emphasize that is the shortest possible time frame for some entities. The vast, majority of reporters will have longer, and again, it's dependent on when their fiscal year ends. I think, based on the engagement we've had with the public, we believe that time frame is more than sufficient for this first year. And that's especially true because of the enforcement discretion that we provided to entities over a year ago, back in December 2024, where we made clear that we are really looking, to build this program, and that is going to be an iterative process through time. And so that enforcement discretion allows for entities to provide us any data that they have already collected or were planning to collect at the time that we had issued that enforcement notice. Like I said, we really want to be mindful of the ramp up that it will take for some companies to put the systems in place to collect this information. And so because we are allowing for flexibility in what is reported this year, we think that for those entities who do have fiscal years that put them in a position of only having 6 months past the end of their fiscal year to report, that is sufficient to be able to report the information that we've laid out this year. And then I will move to, I think, the last bucket you outlined, which is litigation. I will just acknowledge and note that there is active litigation in this arena, and so I'm going to invite our Chief Counsel, Shannon Dilley, to talk more with you about that.
Thank you, Courtney. Yeah, so as mentioned, there is active litigation, and the case is Chamber of Commerce versus Sanchez. On November 18th, 2025, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an order against enforcement of SB 261. In response, CARB issued an advisory indicating that it would not be taking enforcement action and that we would be providing an update as the case moves along. The case is still pending. So what does this mean? While the case is on appeal, CARB is not enforcing 261. There's a difference between enforcement and development of a regulation. So here what we are doing is we are developing a regulation. We are not enforcing SB 261. CARB will continue to abide by the Ninth Circuit's injunction for as long as the injunction remains in effect. And I should also note that the injunction is not against SB 253.
Great. Thank you, team, for speaking to those issues. I will now close the record on this agenda item. However, if it is determined that additional conforming modifications are appropriate, the record will be reopened and a 15-day notice of public availability will be issued. If the record is reopened for a 15-day comment period, the public may submit written comments on the proposed changes, which will be considered and responded to in the final statement of reasons for the regulation. Written or oral comments received after this hearing date but before a 15-day notice is issued will not be accepted as part of the official record on this agenda item. The executive officer may present the regulation to the board for further consideration if warranted, and if not, the executive officer shall take final action to adopt the regulation after addressing all appropriate conforming modifications. With that, I move to board member questions and discussions, hoping we can stick to the 3 buckets as outlined. Dr. Bombs, I saw that you had a question on our first bucket regarding the insurance exemption. Please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, Courtney, I may have gotten confused by not paying close enough attention to your opening remarks about this bucket, but I recall Senator Wiener saying that the reporting to the Department of Insurance was voluntary, even if many of the insurance companies did provide the information, but you kept using the word required. Can you clarify?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So I am looking actually at the notice they just sent their insurers this past summer. And it's very clear that all participating insurers are required to report using the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure Aligned Climate Disclosure Risk Survey. And as mentioned, that survey includes in it a prompt for entities to be able to disclose their Scope 1, Scope 2, and if applicable, Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. That data is publicly available on their website. They have a Power BI dashboard that allows you to compare years. So it's also very transparent that they provide that information for the public. Certainly, we have been and plan to continue to engage with our colleagues, and our staff have been so great at really engaging with their counterparts at the Department of Insurance. And so, we absolutely can continue that conversation, particularly as we start to transition to the next regulation, where we are going to be tackling Scope 3. To the extent that there, is information or gaps where, in that collaboration with the Department of Insurance, we believe needs to be additionally collected. We can work with them to figure out the best way to do that, so that way we are not duplicating it in two separate reporting regimes.
And just to highlight something I clearly heard from you was that 1,700 different entities reported to the Department of Insurance, which would be way more than the number that we would have if we didn't give the exemption for insurance.
That's correct. Their threshold for reporting is an entity underwriting, right? So issuing an insurance policy for 100 million or more, which of course is a fairly low threshold. And that's why you're seeing their reporting regime capturing 85% or more of the entire United States insured.
And I'm sure I'm not the only board member to say this, but I really appreciate your staff working closely with the Department of Insurance. That's the kind of collaboration I'd like to see, crossing silos. Thank you.
Dr. Baums.
Thank you, Dr. Baums. Board Member Rechtschaffen.
I just wanted to clarify what I think I heard you say going forward, and tell me if this is correct, that
yes.
We're going to continue working with the Department of Insurance to make sure that we're in sync, and to make sure that if we are relying on what they're doing, that their rules are as comprehensive and cover as many types of emissions as ours do, and that we remain in sync that way. Is that what I hear you saying?
Absolutely. And, just to step back, the staff have done a really amazing job. I'm sure you can appreciate, and you saw on the slide, right, there are a lot of jurisdictions around the world who are already requiring this kind of reporting. There are international reporting standards. Certainly we are directed to use some of those. But the point is there is a large body of reporting already happening. And so as we've approached this, it's been a top focus for us to learn what that landscape is, so that way we are able to leverage it and build upon it, and also in the spirit of what we understand the statutory intent to be, to avoid duplication. So that's absolutely correct. We have, we absolutely plan to continue those engagements as we move through the next year plus, and think about the next regulatory effort that we have to bring to ensure clarity for the remaining provisions of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rechtschaffen. Board Member Eisenhut, I see you on the line. Please. You're on mute, Board Member Eisenhut.
Thank you. I've got one question for clarification and one comment. First, the clarification with regard to the litigation and the reporting. It's my assumption that when those two are honored or aligned, that the reporting requirement is part of the regulation, will not be in effect until the litigation is settled. Is that a correct assessment?
So in relation to SB 261, that will not be enforced. The regulation will go into effect as we will be submitting this to the Office of Administrative Law. But again, it will not be enforced, which is what the injunction is against, is enforcement.
Okay, okay. And on the insurance exemption, and I accept staff's recommendation on this, but I have a request. In order to provide more transparency and allow folks who have an interest in this topic to secure the information from a single source, can we somehow align our dashboard reporting so that it provides either the summary of the information from the insurance commissioner, or at the very least a link to that information, so folks who have an interest can use a one-stop shop in essence for their searches?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. Absolutely. We are more than happy to provide a link to the Department of Insurance webpage where folks can access the publicly available information. Again, they have that back to 2010, so I think it will be a very comprehensive approach. So appreciate the suggestion, and we absolutely can do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Eisenhut. Any other comments on the insurance issue? Yes, Supervisor Hopkins.
Yeah, just one question that I had is, what are the consequences of someone not filling out that form for CDI? In other words, sort of how can we hold an accountability piece if someone is not complying with that? Is there leverage?
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Rajendra Sahodayar. I can help answer that question. There are many programs at the state level where we depend on data from our sister agencies, and to the extent that they are required to implement and enforce and hold accountable those entities, we would work with them to make sure that we understand what challenges there may be or what the plan is to make sure that they have that comprehensive reporting. We certainly can't come in and take enforcement on their program, but this is just part of how we work with our sister agencies to make sure that we understand what challenges there may be, and if we can assist in any way to making sure that, the data that we want to make available to our stakeholders is available on their website.
Great. So essentially, you would notify them, and then they would move forward with kind of their actions to ensure that that information is being reported to CDI.
That's correct. We would be perfectly fine to continue to collaborate and share with them any information about anyone that may be missing from their reporting that we feel would be captured by ours if we had done it. Of course, there's going to be a gap because our thresholds are higher, so we may not get everybody, but that kind of agency-to-agency coordination is something we already do in other areas.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's put a pin in the insurance bucket of issues right now. I know that we have a board member texting me from the airplane, excited to jump in on this issue once he lands and is back online. So we will come back to that and welcome your comments, Senator Stern. Moving on to bucket number 2 briefly, the fee and reporting deadline. Courtney, appreciated your kind of overview around the flexibilities given in the 6 and 18-month time frame. Board members, any comments or questions on the fees? Yes, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. One of the things that was brought up by a member of the public was the question around mergers or acquisitions and things that could potentially complicate the timeline. And so I was just curious if we have the opportunity to offer extensions in sort of case specific, where there may be something that there is an unforeseen complication that makes reporting by August difficult.
So part of the enforcement discretion approach that we provided for folks last January really invites them to provide and make a good faith effort. And so, being able to engage with each reported entity to understand, like I said, like what data they have available, what processes they've had in place, if any, if not, what efforts they're planning to take to be able to start and build their internal processes to collect. Those are absolutely conversations we plan to have. Like I said, we're trying to ensure that we are working with entities and understand that in the same way we're building this program, many companies will be as well. So that is definitely a conversation that we can have with them around that good faith effort.
Okay. So that is something that could actually, a conversation that could take place before the deadline, because I recognize that some people would rather ask for forgiveness than permission, but for those who want to ask for permission rather than forgiveness, you could essentially, send an email or give them documentation of, yes, you can, it's okay to take a couple of extra months. We see that you're making a good faith effort. So it's not like they're worried about kind of pushing past that deadline without permission.
Absolutely. Our staff have been really great about engaging one-on-one with those who believe that they are covered by this law, and we are here to demystify, clarify, continue to engage on concerns that folks have, and that door is very much open.
Thanks. And then my last question is just in terms of that timeline, there were also questions raised about the determination of to which corporations this will apply in terms of potentially applying to, companies that don't actually have employees or physical locations in California, so I guess how do we make that determination and how do we notify those companies? Because for instance, if a company didn't think that they were required to comply and then a few months go by and they find out that they are, that could potentially result in a delay of timeline.
That is also why we are treating this as a building year. I think first let me say, the staff and we've done, taken many steps to try and move us toward really understanding what the body of reported entities are. We've purchased third-party data. We've put out a preliminary list of who we believe is reporting and have gotten feedback on that. So through that process, we are honing in on who we anticipate will report. Of course, and this is actually part of the staff proposal, there may be instances where there are companies through time where they may not actually hit the threshold, but then at some point they do, right? They've got a great financial year. One of the things that we're doing to, again, make sure that there is enough lead time for folks to understand if they have to comply is we are proposing that they have to report based on the revenue threshold that is the lowest for the 2 previous fiscal years. So that gives companies enough, if they hadn't been reporting and all of a sudden their revenue shifted such that they are above the threshold, they have more runway to be able to prepare. So that approach is very much embedded in the proposal before you.
Thank you so much. So just to sort of confirm, what I'm hearing is that August is a goal that we expect progress towards, but it is not a drop-dead deadline if there are extenuating circumstances and someone is actually making a good faith effort to comply.
No, the August deadline is a deadline we are expecting folks to report to us on. In terms of the ability for entities to provide, to recognize, right, that entities may have challenges with, meeting the full requirements of what is in statute, we have offered that enforcement discretion to allow them to give us what they have. So it's very simply, whatever you had when we issued that enforcement discretion in December, please provide it to us. And if you weren't collecting data at that time, that's fine too. Let us know what your plan is to do that so we can demonstrate that there's a good faith effort being made.
Okay, so you need to have something in by August,
Yes.
but you not need to have everything in by August if there are challenges with full completion. Is that?
If I could just add, just because, reporting is something that we do in a lot of our regulations. So we have a very long history of working with entities. It's always case by case, right? There might be a situation where someone does have certain circumstances that requires enforcement discretion. What we have in the regulation is the law. Again, there's the enforcement discretion that Courtney was discussing. But I think rather than, talking through hypotheticals, if there are companies that have issues, they would work with us early on. And we have, for example, a whole enforcement section that works with companies to get them into compliance if they are having issues. And so there's a whole enforcement policy we utilize. And so we have a good working history with the companies. But I think we need to be careful about saying don't need to comply because, again, what is in the regulation is the deadline.
I also want to point out, and part of the reason why in our regulation, we are proposing to have the August 10th deadline, and it is critical for folks to meet that deadline, is because that information is foundational for us to be able to identify who we need to send notices for purposes of assessing the fees. So that is how that is structured, and this approach is the same type of approach that is taken in other regulatory programs, so there is precedent there.
Right. I appreciate the answers. I recognize I'm trying to get clarity around flexibility, which is challenging, right? Because you're trying to be flexible, and I'm trying to see how, and that's a hard question to answer.
So Supervisor Hopkins, just building on what my colleague said here, we've rolled out a mandatory greenhouse gas reporting program, HFC program, many reporting programs, and we know from experience that it can take the first few years to actually understand the universe of who's reporting, make sure that they understand their requirements. And so just like with those other programs, we're going to be focused on assisting for compliance and doing what we can to have a smooth and efficient rollout of the program. That is always the goal for every program such as this one at CARB.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Any additional questions on the deadline for reporting, fee structure? No. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the third bucket of issues, litigation on which we can't ask that many questions, or general comments, which Board Member Rechtschaffen, I recognize you want to. Any litigation questions before I turn? No. Board Member Rechtschaffen, over to you.
I'm happy to wait for Senator Stern if he's available, Chair, but otherwise I'll...
He is not,
okay,
so please.
I will go
Thank
ahead
you.
then. Well, I want to commend the staff for all the pragmatic changes to make this easier to implement and less burdensome to businesses, including the enforcement discretion that you just outlined. And I want to thank you, Courtney, for your clarification that we will continue to work to ensure that if we rely on the Department of Insurance disclosures, that their rules are mandatory and that they are as extensive as ours. That's a very helpful clarification. I want to just step back, take 2 minutes to put this in context. These rules and this statute are very important. Of course, as we've heard, we have a federal administration that says the earth is flat, black is white, and climate change is a hoax. And we know that's not the case. We know that climate change is here accelerating, and that if it's left unchecked, poses an existential threat to us. I want to highlight 3 very important things about this rule. One, it's fundamentally a conservative free market-based approach. It just requires businesses to provide information about their emissions and risks. It doesn't compel them to install any pollution control equipment, make any changes in their businesses. And this is information the public has a right to know, investors have a right to know, community members, and others as they make decisions about where they want to put their money, who they want to do business with. And as you heard from one of the commenters, as you saw, I think it was, the spotlight and the sunshine can make companies more efficient and more competitive. So it's a very free market approach. Number 2, many large companies are already calculating their emissions and risks, and they're governed by voluntary industry codes. We heard staff say it's close to 2/3 of jurisdictions around the world. There are many other voluntary codes. And beyond that, companies are calculating these emissions and risks because they live in the real world. They don't live in a world of ideological fantasies where we're not going to be facing climate change. They know that their businesses will operate in this world and that they have to plan for that possibility. And we've got comments in the record. A study from UCLA showed that about close to 88% of S&P 500 companies are disclosing their scope 1 and 2 emissions, and close to 70% are disclosing scope 3 emissions. And then finally, we didn't design this rule to regulate beyond our jurisdiction. This will have important spillover effects. It'll benefit people nationally, internationally, because once businesses disclose information, consumers, investors elsewhere will benefit from this knowledge. And as staff pointed out earlier, people look to California and they follow our example. So for all these reasons, I'm strongly supportive of today's regulation.
Thank you, Board Member Reckshoffen, for those comments. Yes, Dr. Bombs.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to second Mr. Resheffen's comments. I totally agree with them. Surprise, surprise. No. And again, I think staff has done a really good job of trying to deal with this relatively complex but very important effort to have transparency. And on the insurance companies in particular, I think most insurance companies are paying a lot of attention to their risk related to climate change. So I don't feel like it's going to be a big, despite some testimony we heard today, I don't think it's really going to be that much of a hardship for insurance companies, especially if they're already reporting to the Department of Insurance most of what we need them to report. As Senator Wiener said, they can just, pass over what they've sent to the Department of Insurance if that becomes necessary. But I really appreciate staff's effort on this and the continued effort to work with the Department of Insurance. And I think the presentation has been great. And Courtney, you've done a great job at dealing with our questions in those three buckets.
Thank you, Dr. Bombs. Appreciate those comments as well. Either of our new members, any comments, questions? No. Yes, Supervisor Hopkins.
I also just want to say thank you so much for the wonderful staff work that went into this and the engagement. I recognize that I believe there was already an extension provided from the original proposal in terms of the timeline for compliance. And I'm going to try restating what you said one more time, which is that we have a rule and we also have compassion, right, to sort of work with individuals on a one-on-one basis as we shift into complying with this new regulatory framework. Is that an accurate way of phrasing it?
Absolutely. We, and maybe if I might submit, we're very much in the business of following the law, and we need to do it in a way that's reasonable. And so that is the needle that we are threading as we move forward.
Great. Third time's the charm. I think I got it right this time. But thank you so much. And I also really appreciate your work with CDI and the clarity that you provided around this. I'm really excited to, it's not getting this across the finish line. I think it's more the starting line in a way, right? But thank you so much for all of your deep engagement with stakeholders and for the work that went into this. I'm thrilled to support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Appreciate those remarks and your support as well. We've been joined by Senator Stern. Yes, please, Senator Stern, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, and apologies for the somewhat informal and unprofessional circumstance on which I got to remotely weigh in here, but been listening throughout the pendency of the hearing. I guess I want to get some clarification before you all take the vote on exactly how what the sort of staff response is going to look like in a subsequent meeting about how to resolve these concerns about a unauthorized exemption in the reg. Is the way I'm understanding, maybe staff can clarify, but you'll be clarifying that in fact there's not a blanket exemption in the reg, but that in fact you'll be looking at ways to meet the non-duplication requirements in SB 253 and streamline the reporting process, and to the extent that sorry,
as you're stepping off the aircraft.
To the extent that a company is reporting, say, to CDI or compelled to report to CDI, that would be able to count towards their compliance obligation, but not that their compliance obligation sort of wouldn't exist anymore. I don't know if we have that language ironed out yet, but I wanted to try to get specific because I think it'll be important for myself, and I know for my joint author on this measure, to know that we're sort of just adhering to the non-duplication requirements, but still respecting the Lackman Express authorization around an exemption.
So Senator Stern, this is Rajinder, Deputy Executive Officer for Climate. On that point, what we're planning to do is continue to work with the Insurance Commission, the Department of Insurance, to make sure that we fully understand the kind of data that they are collecting, which we have a good idea about since they've got so much public transparency on their website, and cross-referencing that with what's in 253 and making sure that that data is already being collected, so confirming that. If there's any gaps, we will then have a public conversation as part of a subsequent rulemaking to see if we need to close those gaps. But right now, what we think is and believe is that all of the data that would be collected under 253, under Scope 3, as one of those 15 categories, is already being reported to the California Department of Insurance. But we will do our homework on that and avoid duplicative reporting.
Appreciate that, Deputy Executive Director. I guess, yeah, so that was you mentioned Scope 3 just now. We certainly don't want to get ahead of that process that's going to be underway for the rest of the year. So it's good to hear that they won't be exempted from that Scope 3 process. But on the Scope 1 and 2 issue that we're trying to get resolved today, am I hearing you right that they are also you'll also be coordinating with CDI to make sure that that data reported to CDI is going to be used for compliance purposes, but not that there'll be sort of, again, a blanket exemption from compliance overall for Scope 1, 2, and 3.
We will confirm and make sure that we're being transparent on the reporting of Scope 1 and Scope 2 as it applies to insurance companies to the Department of Insurance. So we will close that loop as well.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see the reso language before you guys get it all ironed out here, but that's been the main concern for myself and my colleagues who have been counting on me to relay their remarks. So appreciate you guys taking a second. And again, apologies for the informal circumstances.
Thank you, Senator Stern. Thank you, Rajinder. Happy birthday. Board Member Rekshoffen, a response?
I can't respond to that about Rajinder's birthday. Chair Sanchez and Courtney, I couldn't quite hear everything Senator Stern said, but I'm just wondering if you would be open to considering a resolution that directs the executive officer to do essentially what he was suggesting, that we direct the executive officer to coordinate with the Department of Insurance to evaluate future regs as necessary to make sure that compliance, to make sure that insurance companies are included within the scope of this law if similar data is not provided to the Department of Insurance. So in other words, just stating our intent in the formal resolution for staff to do what we've just been talking about. So I'm wondering if you might be open to that.
That is certainly something I would be open to. Looking to other board members nodding. Yes. Staff, any thoughts on that kind of direction and on the inclusion of resolution language?
Yeah, so we are perfectly comfortable putting in resolution language what we've already committed to, which is to continue to work with the Department of Insurance. I do just want to, maybe we can confirm, and maybe I can offer up some language and you can let me know if this aligns with what you're expecting. So I think what I'm hearing is that the board is directing the executive officer or their designee to coordinate with the California Department of Insurance in order to evaluate and propose future regulatory requirements as appropriate to include insurance companies within the scope of Health and Safety Code Section 38532, which is SB 253, provided that they're not otherwise required to submit that emissions data to the California Department of Insurance. And perhaps we can also add in that we will strive to minimize any duplicative reporting burden to the extent feasible.
Yes, thank you. That would capture very well what I was talking about.
Great.
Wonderful. Much appreciated. Any additional comments? No. Okay. With that additional amendment to the resolution, the board has before them resolution number 26-1 amended. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
You have to come up with third and fourth. Yes. Thank you. Board clerk, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Balms,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenhut,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Mr. Reckshoffen,
Yes.
Assemblymember Tanziago,
Yes.
Dr. Stigler Granados,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you. And so concludes today's meeting of the California Air Resources Board. Nope. I'm so sorry. I jumped the gun. I've been out of practice since we haven't met since November. Luckily, some veterans up here on the board. So passes. Yay. Congratulations, team. Thank you, staff. We will now move to open comment. For those who wish to provide a comment regarding an item of interest within the jurisdiction of the board not listed on today's agenda, the clerk will call on those who have submitted a request to speak card, and if you are joining us remotely and wish to comment, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. Will the board clerk please call on those who have requested to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We do not have any in-person commenters who have submitted a request to speak card. We do have 2 Zoom commenters. The first Zoom commenter is Paul Henkin. Paul, I have activated your microphone. You may unmute and begin.
Good afternoon. Paul Henkin here, hoping you had a good lunch. It disturbs me that there is so much focus on decarbonization leading to VMT 15-minute cities, battery storage facilities, EVs, increased wildfire dangers, and other anti-people things. San Diego allows toxic kilns in residential areas. The county allows lead in aviation fuel near schools, toxic weed killers and pesticide fumes. There are plastic fumes and chemically altered contrails all over. Get rid of these and you probably won't need all the decarb stuff. We need to be a lot more creative and not write off every natural cause as something we simply can't control. In fact, I noticed when reading an article about air pollution that meat eaters produce about 2 times as many GHGs as vegetarians. Meat is tougher, harder to chew and digest. So how committed to low GHGs are you? Anyway, here's my list of what causes climate change. Man-made causes that we can easily control. Industry, plastics manufacturing, mining and construction industries, fashion industry, big agribusiness, EV BESS, burning during house and wildfires, air pollution, contrails and chemtrails, air pollution from manufacturing chemical, water pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and waste generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last Zoom commenter is a call-in phone number ending in 813. I have activated your microphone and you may begin your comment.
Okay, thank you for that. And I don't think it's been that long for you to forget about people who are concerned, but perhaps you just really don't want to hear from us. Okay, so yeah, I guess I just want to address the accountability and, you know, your guys' possible litigation where accountability is ignored. You know, many Californians are looking up at the skies and asking serious questions. And like the previous
concerned citizen mentioned, we see heavy air traffic leaving long-lasting particulate trails and spread out to create a haze. People are concerned about what we are breathing. They're concerned about respiratory illness, chronic inflammation, autoimmune conditions, and rising cancer diagnoses. At the last earlier item, a woman from Amador County was speaking on behalf of some kind of Heart of Gold Foundation. Anyway, long story short, it's sad that whether you agree with every conclusion or not, the concern is real. The fear is real. The illnesses are real. And when people feel dismissed instead of heard, that's when litigation becomes a possibility from the people. If this agency has the power, the data, the technology to monitor and mitigate air quality threats, then the public deserves transparency. We deserve clear answers. We deserve independent testing. We deserve open investigations when communities raise alarms. It is deeply disturbing when the same agencies tasked with protecting the public and their health appear unwilling to fully address the biggest concerns citizens bring forward. As I said before, you are not above what you implement. Systems built without transparency and trust will not spare your families or your communities. If policies are being shaped by interests beyond people of California, that is betrayal of your public service. You have a choice. You can be a part of real change, transparent change, accountable change.
That concludes our comments.
Thank you. I'll close with another warm welcome to our 2 new board members. Thank you for being here. And the February 26th, 2026 board meeting of the California Air Resources Board is now adjourned. Thank you.